Shalom, people. It's 10 o'clock, Thursday, January 23rd, and we back at it. Picking up right now, so there might be some dead air, but you already know how we doing. There's a number listed. You can call if you want to make a comment, you want to talk about something. I'm here. Um, till then, just stand by. Don't know exactly how much we got to say, but I'm sure we could get into it.
Eliani?
Yep. What's going on, man? How you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm well, man.
right on 30th Street, then drop off Billion E. Drop off Billion E.
Right here.
Oh yeah, right here. There you go.
You're welcome, man. Have a good night. You got a restroom in there? You have a restroom in there? All right, people. We out here. Right now we in no fucking idea. I think what you say. Yeah, that's New York. It's one of them. Weehawken. I don't know. It's somewhere in Hudson County. Let's see. Got another ride. Shit, slow start. Yeah, we in Weehawken. Yeah. I hope everybody had a great day. For me, it's Friday night. It'll be Friday. Start of the weekend for y'all. For me to say. And this week I'm looking forward to it. I'm actually quite tired. Don't know why, but it is what it is.
Just ahead, turn right on Gregory Avenue using the right lane. Turn right on Pleasant Avenue, then turn left on Hackensack Plank Road.
So what's really good?
Turn left on Hackensack.
Let's talk
Plank
about
Road,
something.
then turn right on Gregory Avenue.
Let's talk about the gender executive order, male and female. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the birthright. Let's talk about the fact that ICE has been running around and they've been locking up illegal immigrants. And it's fucked up because those are my people, but they locking their asses right up. And in sanctuary cities, they letting them go. But it's not stopping ISIS from disrupting them. They're not playing no games. ICE is not playing no fucking games right now. So what do you people think?
Turn right on Gregory Avenue.
How should this administration and policymakers deal with
Then turn right on Shipping
that are hardworking, productive members of the society and just send them back, even though they're here illegally,
Turn right on Shipping Street, then turn right on
or
Hudson
rather
Avenue.
because they're here illegally? Or do we find a way to make them, to integrate them into society? And do we send back the criminals that are among them? Or do we make them citizens and then lock their asses up? Because, you know, The prison industrial complex is big business here.
Turn right on Hudson Avenue.
So I say if there's an illegal immigrant who's a criminal, lock his ass up, lock him up here. We get a lot of money for his ass, right? Make him a citizen and lock him up. It's fucked up. But don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Oh yeah, don't do it. That's for everybody who's old like me that remembers Beretta.
Pick up Amiga. Hello,
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Today?
No, you tell me your name if this matches here.
Natalia.
No,
¿Cómo lo tienes, Nati? Lisa. ¿Como Lisa? Yeah.
nope,
Lisa?
no,
No. Amiga.
that
Okay.
that I have.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Head to your drop off at 2650 Patterson
Amiga.
Road. No, because sometimes like I get in Uber, it's not Uber, so
Right. And that's good that you should check, right? Always check the car, the license plate, and the face of the driver.
Yeah.
Make sure, right?
Sometimes it's like other people driving the cars.
Right.
So,
So it is good to check. For me, I have to check who it is because I could say Amiga, right? And you'll say, yeah, that's me. And then you'll get in, and then I get all the way to where you're going, and then you'll say to me, no, take me somewhere else. I want to go somewhere else. And I won't know, so I'll do it. Right?
yeah, no, because I always ask and I say like who it is, because you know how it is now. Like,
It's dangerous.
yeah.
Yeah, so whenever someone else is ordering for you,
Mhm.
tell them to send you a screenshot of the vehicle.
She did.
Okay. And it didn't show this?
I didn't see the number in the front of the car. Your license plate.
It's in the back.
Yeah, that's what I didn't see in the front.
But it matches the car in my face, right? I mean, it should. It's fine, right? Because it's Amiga, so we're fine.
Yeah.
And you're going to 2565, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this has become very dangerous for the driver and the rider.
Mhm.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, scary.
Yeah.
You can get robbed and stuff,
Yeah. Ven para que vea.
No, pero sí está pasando.
It is.
Because it happens to one of my friends, friend.
Mm-hmm.
He called a taxi, Uber for her,
Mm-hmm.
and he was taking her somewhere else.
What?
He was taking her somewhere else. He was going to Jersey City. She was taking her to somewhere like a warehouse, where all the trucks. Yeah, and she called him and everything, and he went over there. He just drove like right away. And then he locked the door.
Ah,
He didn't want her to come out, and she's like, "Yo, open the door."
what the hell are you doing? Oh, yeah, no. No. Right now, the way we have it set up, you see how it's telling me to go this way? If I were to go any other way, right, it would do a flag on Uber's end, right?
Okay.
And then they'll reroute me. And if I don't take that rerouting, they'll call the rider. They'll call you, and they're going to ask you, are you okay?
Okay.
And if you don't answer, then they call law enforcement. And because they can track the Uber, law enforcement is on us like this.
So now it's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, way better than before.
Way better.
Yeah, more safe.
Yeah, a little bit.
Uh-huh.
A little bit. Wherever there's a will, there's a way. So somebody will find a way to trick it. But
Yeah.
I like it because, if
Yeah.
if I make a bad decision, then they're gonna know. Now
Mhm.
there are times that it'll say go this way, and you know better, so you'll say go that way. So I'll do that, right? And they still will call you, but you'll just tell them, no, I'm fine. I gave him directions. Most of the time, though, people will just do whatever they want, and
I think the guys they just try to take like a court, like a shortcut,
uh-huh.
go like somewhere else. Like, oh, no, that's not that way.
Yeah, no, I follow it unless you say. If you say go this way, then I go that way, because then I know if they call you, you're gonna say no, everything's fine. But if I go that way, you're gonna be like, oh no, this guy's doing something funny.
And now they have cameras instead of cars.
Some. What I do, I take it a step further. I record the ride. You know, I look out the window though. I don't record inside. I record the ride, but what I do is I live stream it
Okay.
so that it's going out live,
Okay.
so that there is no, oh, this happened. No, this was what
Yeah,
happened.
because some Ubers they want to take a picture.
Right. And that's not, we're not, like, we can record in the vehicle, right? I don't do that part unless I have to. I'll switch the camera if there's a problem, right? And I send a message. I don't know if she got it, where I let you know that I'm recording because it's important. You have to know.
Okay. This is better. Yeah. Uh huh.
Keep right toward New Jersey 3 West Secaucus, then keep right onto RT 3 F. In a quarter mile, keep right onto RT 3 F.
The hell are you doing?
West Secaucus using the right lane.
No, it's not good.
Keep right onto RT 3
It's like
F
the
north
first
toward New
toilet
Jersey 3 West Secaucus. Just ahead, keep right toward North Bergen using the right lane. Keep right toward North Bergen.
Está sirviendo ya la comida. Está sirviendo la comida. Ah, okay.
In a quarter mile, keep right onto County Highway 681 using the right lane. Keep right onto County Highway 681. In a quarter mile, drop off the depot on the left.
Going right there to the premiere.
Sí, I think so, yeah. ¿Cuál es? Nati.
Dile que doble si viene del lado de Fox, dile que doble a la izquierda.
Oh. The premiere, right?
That's Western.
A la izquierda, ya te vi, a la izquierda.
Okay,
Ah, okay.
gotcha. Here's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Muchas gracias.
A la orden.
Toma, mi amor. No, toma.
It's not necessary.
Bueno, gracias.
A la orden.
Que
Buenas
tenga
noches.
buena noche.
Fuck. So yeah. A lot of shit happening. And at some point, shit gonna hit the fan. Especially with this immigration bullshit. It's about to get ugly. And hold on, let me turn off of here. Yeah, it's about to get ugly. And I don't know exactly how it's going to affect the Hispanic community and, the Caribbean community as a large. I mean, the North Central and I mean, in South America, Central America, because they coming for people. They not playing no games. Um, and a lot of people are going to get caught up. So I just say hold it down and make friends with your if like if you're an illegal immigrant, if you're here illegally, make friends with your community. Talk to people and try to get somebody to sponsor you and help you. Get money. Make sure you get money. Make sure you work because at least you'll be a productive member as opposed to the scumbags that are committing crimes and raping women and doing dumb shit. And I don't know anybody who's doing that, but they're saying that it's happening. And they're not that they don't lie, right? A bunch of fucking liars anyway, right? As a whole, white people are liars as a whole. I'm not saying that every 100% of them lie. I mean, everybody lies, but I'm not saying that all of them are liars. But the reality is that as a people, there's no greater deceiver than the white man. None, not at all. Everything he's done is based on a lie. Fuck you. Now, what the fuck do you want from me? My bad, people. They giving me shit.
$9 trillion was wiped from the stock market because people are fearing a recession. The U.S. fertility rate has fallen to a record low. It hasn't been this low since 19... No one fixed the housing supply when they saw that it was a disaster in 2012. They allowed private equity to come in and start buying up houses. That could have been stopped. They could have done something about the Social Security disaster way earlier. They didn't. They saw that the birth rates were starting to go down. We saw that the college debt was continuing to increase and people weren't getting jobs at the value that they should have. The national debt, you watched it over 30-some years go from $4 trillion to $35 trillion and no one did anything about it because you didn't have the ability to communicate like we can. Now we're calling.
All right, check this out. Check this out. This is for educational purposes only. Right? Check
this
out.
for 21
What
days
the
straight,
fuck?
and I guarantee your life.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out.
Without addressing these problems over the past 30 years, look what happened, boomers. No one fixed the housing
For
supply.
educational
When they saw that
purposes
it was
only.
a disaster in 2012. They allowed private equity to come in and start buying up houses. That could have been stopped. They could have done something about the Social Security disaster way earlier. They didn't. They saw that the birth rates were starting to go down. We saw that the college debt was continuing to increase and people weren't getting jobs at the value that they should have. The national debt, you watched it over 30-some years go from $4 trillion to $35 trillion and no one did anything about it because you didn't have the ability to communicate like we can. Now we're calling out the bull. We just want to live a chill life. We just want to buy a house, have some kids, and hang out. And we want to go on vacation for 4 days and not sit around and go, this is going to end soon. Am I going to have a job when I get back? How am I going to pay my mortgage? You don't want a generation full of hopelessness, because the worst thing we could possibly do is not have children, because it affects our population. And secondly, when people are stressed, their mind isn't open. We need our minds to be open to creative ideas and innovation. There are so many brilliant ideas that are just locked into these stressed out minds because people don't have time to sit on a park bench and dream or create. This is why we need to make a change in this country. We need to work together. Without addressing these problems over the past 30 years, look
You
what
heard him?
happened, boomers. No one fixed the housing. The easiest way to eat healthy.
Jim Carrey is being censored by big tech after leaking this 20-word script to the public. And when you... Did you know that...
Okay, here's some bullshit.
It is impossible to guess this shape. Is it a hexagon or is it a cube? Or is it triangles? This is the problem with the second dimension. There's only light and darkness. With only 2 dimensions, it's really easy to fool somebody by just transforming simple lines. In 3 dimensions, we have depth, we have clarity. The interaction of light and darkness gives us more insight to what's actually going on. But that can only happen through time. It takes time to move around and experience. Once you know what it is, you integrate it and you evolve. This movement is what transforms our understanding through the breadth of time. Eventually, we figured out there's just 7 simple rules that everything in reality follows. Without rules to the game, there is no game. All of these possible realities within these rules are what we call the 8th dimension, or the multiverse in science. Being able to choose one of these possibilities is the gift of the mind. Emotion provides the boundary to possibility. The 2 seem separate, but they cannot exist without one another. Each frame of experience is bounded by the first 4 dimensions and synthesized by the 5th and the 6th. The mind and emotion providing the sail and the rudder to navigate the present moment. We can't break any of these rules. We get feedback in the emotional centers when we approach a boundary that we're not supposed to cross. This experience through the human vehicle is just one of many realities that you could possibly be living in. Now you
Holy
understand
shit.
dimensional coherence. I wrote 2 books that cover this extensively. There's only 2 more days to join the mystery school for $20 if you want to jump in and learn how to manipulate your own dimension. You can find all of that right there. It is impossible to guess this shape. Is it a hexagon or is it a cube?
Hey guys, let me show you.
These are my... Oh my god, it is really...
Go back. Is a Roth 401k or a 401k better? Let's break down the numbers on what actually happens between a Roth 401k and a 401k to figure out which one will make you more money in the long run. In both scenarios, let's say we have $100,000 to invest so that we can create a standard. On a Roth 401k account, you have to pay the taxes today. That's it.
Don't forget to sweeten your hands with...
All right, what do we got? Okay, good one. Yep, we will discuss that. Anybody else?
Memo to the media.
But clearly, it's some bullshit. Let me just change social media streams.
My family ordered Chinese food for dinner tonight. Let me show you everything that we got. First off, we've got 2 quarts of wonton soup. They have the most...
All these journalists are like, Congresswoman, are you going to the inauguration? Congresswoman, are you going to the inauguration? Are you going to the inauguration? Let me make myself clear. I don't celebrate rapists. So no, I'm not going to the inauguration. So I just want to caution
AOC that she needs
Oh shit.
to be very careful about who she chooses to slander. Because it was not too long ago when George Stephanopoulos made similar statements to what she just made and called Donald Trump a similar phrase and ended up getting sued and having to pay out $15 million. And no doubt she knows that she can come on TikTok or on social media, say it to a bunch of her fans and minions, and that people are going to applaud and that she's going to get away with it. But I think we should not be letting people get away with slander and lies. She obviously knows that this is a lie. She needs to be called on it. Now, first off, she says she's not going to the inauguration too. No one cares that she's not going to the inauguration. If she doesn't want to go to the inauguration, she doesn't have to. If I were somebody who voted for her, I wouldn't like that because this man is the inauguration. If she doesn't want to go to the inauguration, she doesn't have to. But if I were somebody who voted for her, I wouldn't like that because this man is already president. You already know that. Some of your probably voted for this man. I'm wondering if you're not willing to go to his inauguration, how do you plan on working him to get things done for the people in your district over the next 4 years? He is going to be president. You need to figure out how to work with him like an adult instead of being a child. So many Democrats out there like AOC. And when it comes to this slanderizing statement, I would really encourage AOC to shut her mouth.
All these journalists are like, Congresswoman, are you going to the inauguration? Congressman, are you going to the inauguration? Are you going to the inauguration? Let me make myself clear. I don't celebrate rapists. So no, I'm not going to the inauguration.
So I just want to caution A needs to be very careful about who she chooses to slander. Because it was not too long ago when George Bush made similar statements to what she made and called Donald Trump a similar phrase and ended up getting sued and having to pay out $15 million. And now she knows that. She thinks that she can come on TikTok or on social media, say it to a bunch of her fans and minions, and that people are going to applaud and that she's going to get away with it. But I think we should not be letting people get away with slander and lies. She obviously knows that this is a lie. She needs to be called on it. Now, first off,
All right, I'm gonna play it one more time. My bad, having technical difficulties. This is what happens when you don't have your data correct.
His historic executive order to end birthright citizenship marks a critical step forward. And now, with the Birthright Citizenship Act of 2025, we can solidify these reforms into lasting law and codify them. This bill is quite simple. Let me share with you the criteria for automatic citizenship. Citizenship will be granted only to children born in the United States with at least one parent who is, one, a U.S. citizen or national, number two, a lawful permanent resident, and number three, a lawful resident who is serving in the military. This is about ensuring the citizenship, a cornerstone of our national identity. It is protected, respected, and aligned with the principles upon which this country was built. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, to pass this legislation, which has been plaguing our country for well over 100 years.
Dude.
This opportunity will not come again, at least not for a long, long time. His historic executive order to end birthright citizenship marks a critical step forward. And now, with the Birthright Citizenship Act of 2025, we can solidify these reforms into lasting law and codify them. This bill is quite simple. Let me share. Will be granted only to one parent who is, one, a U.S. citizen or national, number two, a lawful permanent resident, and number three, a lawful resident. This is about ensuring the citizenship, a cornerstone of our national identity. It is protected, respected, and aligned with the principles upon which this country was built. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, to pass this legislation, which has been plaguing our country for well over 100 years. This opportunity will not come again, at least not for a long, long time. His historic executive order to end birthright citizenship marks a critical step forward. And now, with the Birthright Citizenship Act of 2025, we can solidify these reforms into lasting law and codify them. This bill is quite...
We're here at the Whiskey Down Diner.
Okay, guys, listen. Do not stop paying your bills until you get remedy, until you figure out this process, until you figure out how to do all this stuff and get everything taken care of. A lot of these companies aren't going to fold, okay?
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Head to your drop-off at 450 Palisades Avenue.
That's correct.
Yep.
This stuff is very easy and very simple to do. It's easy to send and everything. Getting the companies to perform camp.
Everybody, it's Tony Robbins. Listen, I'm.
So Trump wasted no time after the inauguration with going ahead and signing a bunch of executive orders. I want to talk about a couple of them, but the one that has our people up in arms is the fact that he is essentially trying to end DEI, our diversity, equity, and inclusion. Even went as far as to roll back the executive order in 1965 that was addressing workplace discrimination. And And all I have to say is Trump hasn't gone far enough. I say take it even further, Trump, and let's just go ahead and end integration, because integration is not the worst thing. It's one of the worst things that has ever happened to Black people in America. That already points to where we should start. Let's go ahead and reverse Brown versus Board of Education, which pretty much kicked off, integration. And let's just go ahead and get our schools separated. We don't want your teachers teaching our students. We've already seen the horrific impacts of that for decades now. Not only that, but that would immediately employ Black teachers and bring more money to Black pockets, because we will be owning our schools. I can't figure out for the life of me why Black people are upset by this. We should have been in diversity, equity, and inclusion and told them we wanted nothing to do with you, because the only time that we were successful coming up out of slavery was when our people had built up 60 Black-owned towns. They had their own banks, their own schools, their own hospitals, grocery stores. Now we don't have anything. And Black Wall Street and our 60 towns were not ruined because they were physically burned down. They were ruined because of integration, because we let others in our business and we lost everything ourselves. Integration meant, just like Brown versus Board of Education, that they didn't send white students to Black schools. We sent Black students to white schools, so our schools shut down. I'm not even going to bring up or put up studies in the background that show that Black students are better taught by Black teachers, that Black people are better treated by Black doctors. It's common sense. So why are we fighting for DEI when we should be fighting to do for ourselves, by ourselves? They didn't have to shut down their grocery stores. We had to shut down our grocery stores that was stocked and provided by Black farmers. And now they send poisonous food to our zip codes. You're mad that Trump wants to get rid of the World Health Organization? What are you mad for? The same organization that played a role with rolling out that death shot? The same one that they offered our people weed in exchange for taking? He also appointed Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be his Department of Health and Human Services Secretary. He said he'll play a huge role in helping ensure that everybody will be protected from harmful chemicals, pollutants, pesticides, pharmaceutical products, and food additives that have contributed to the overwhelming health crisis in this country. They have been sending poisonous foods to our zip codes. What are you mad at? Ever since Robert took office, all of a sudden, go research how many recalls are on all of these foods, because they knew that they've been poisoning the American public. What are you mad at? Meanwhile, Biden just pardoned Fauci, who literally was responsible for the COVID-19 vaccine. What does he need a pardon for? What is it that he did? You're mad at Trump. You're mad because he's rolling back civil rights acts. But since 1965 to 2025, it's been 60 years, and you're still asking for justice, jobs, inclusion, for them to not discriminate against you? A lot of good that's done. Instead of getting up and uniting and doing something for ourselves, we're mad about presidents who, no president, since the Civil Rights Acts have been passed, have provided us with any progress in our community. It's because we don't understand that Trump has a job to do. It's because we do not listen to the honorable minister who was far coming. He told us that Trump was going after the IRS, the CIA, the FBI, these organizations who have not done well by us, to say the least. What are we upset for? The minister also said that Trump will be America's last president. And what you don't know is that America has no future unless she does right by us. So instead of being mad who they have in that office, which isn't going to bring us progress, let's get up and do something for ourselves and come together. So Trump wasted no time.
No, fuck out of here.
I've done that.
Oh,
I walked
shit.
from 48th Street. I walked from the college all the way to my house in Jersey. Just because I
Does this slave mess?
But also, I think what's confusing is I'm sure.
Does the slave master go to the same heaven as the slave?
Yeah, I remember.
Does the slave master, does the slave go to the same?
I remember the first time I went
A person that had slaves, how can they go to heaven? So you mean like they would have to turn, like you explained to me, I didn't know a person that, is slave master or murdering people and stuff like that, do they go to heaven? They don't even go to heaven. So what do you think?
So you're saying the slave master and the slave does not go to the same heaven. The slave
How would someone that rapes and murders people go to heaven? I don't believe that. You believe that?
I'm asking you.
Oh yeah, so we on the same page. I don't believe that they go to heaven. They go to hell.
They don't. Right. So
they go to hell.
Right. So when the Bible, when it says, prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, do the children pay for what the fathers say? Yes or no?
Children pay for what the fathers did.
According to the Bible.
Yeah, I got many verses too. So I can pull up a verse too.
Is this on this subject?
Okay, on the subject. I'll read a verse into
Isaiah 14 and 21 says, prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers. So the children of the slave masters have benefited from what their fathers did in slavery. So according to the Bible, do they have to pay for what their fathers did?
Yeah, so I have so many verses that I can read from the Bible as well. That that question is weird because if someone repents for their sins, you already know they go to heaven. So how are they paying for anything, right?
So
and
now
that's
you're
them
saying the slave
repenting for.
master go to heaven if
So then they repent from their sins. So let's just go ahead and peel back the layer on this, like the logic to it. So if me and you brothers, right? Let's just hypothetically, right? Me and you are brothers. And let's say you go out there and murder someone, but then the cops arrest me for you murdering people. That would be unjust and unfair. The family wouldn't even receive justice because you're the family that you murdered. They won't receive justice because they actually didn't get you. They arrested me. So let me finish my statement real quick. What I'm saying is your question itself is illogical because punished for other people. How can someone be punished for other people? It's in scripture. So because you brought up the scripture. And the scriptures that I brought up was about scripture in regards to repentance and all of those other things. Even in the scriptures when it comes to I'll read one real quick for you. I think I already read it before, but I'll read it again if you guys want it. So, but a Jew is one inwardly. So you get what I'm saying? And circumcision is a matter of the heart, but not and by the spirit. So this just means that God is judging by what's in you and your spirit, not by your father's spirit, not by your mother's spirit, but by you. So if you are a good person morally and you repent for any sins that you've done, you will make it to heaven.
So now I just want to respond, and then you can bring other people up after I respond. Fair enough?
For sure,
Yeah. He said no, and he said yes. If they repent.
No, I didn't say that. I said.
You said if they repent, they can get in there. That's what you said. So
that's what's
in the Bible.
Get to heaven. So
now that's what's in the Bible.
You said no, I'm just recapping. You shouldn't have an issue with it. I'm just recapping.
Yeah, go ahead. You can recap it, but that's what's in the Bible. Just like you read scripture from the Bible.
If a man steals, let's say if a man breaks into a home, steals everything about an animal.
What street are you?
And let's say he passes whatever he stole to his children. When they find the thief that stole,
What street?
and whatever the children benefited from what they stole, they have to give back. So even if the children, you find out 50 years what they stole from this person, although that child didn't steal it, they benefited from what their father stole. They have to pay back by law. So in Isaiah 14 and 21, when it says, prepare slaughter for the iniquity of their fathers, the descendants of the slave master has to pay for what they gained from what their fathers did. That's biblical. And the verses that he pulled about a Jew, it really has nothing to do with this subject.
No, what I'm saying is it has everything to do with it because it has everything to do with it because you mean to tell me I gave you examples and it wouldn't even add up to you. So me and you are brothers, and you go out and murder someone.
But if you benefit,
let me finish real quick. You go out and murder someone, right? me and arrest me. Justice wasn't served. Nothing wasn't done. You get what I'm saying?
So,
And let's just say that I benefited for it. Real quick. Let's.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but yeah. Now let's put what you just add on to it, a benefit. Now let's say you commit murder. Let's say you rob a bank, but you give all the money to me. Now I got the money. So, guess what? They're gonna arrest you, and they're gonna come take the money from me. That's what's gonna happen.
And let's say if you bought a house with that money, you got to give that house back. If you bought a car with that money,
I gotta give it all back. From the worldly view, from the physical world, not the spiritual world. You're not giving anything back. The point that I'm making here is this: you're not giving anything back from the spiritual world.
Of their fathers.
But
The Bible is saying that they got to pay for what their fathers did.
In the spiritual world?
Yes. Yes.
So you mean to tell me, so look, your logic is this, and then we'll get some other people in here. Your logic is, so all the things that the white man done to like the colonizers, what they've done to all of these other nations, right? They're 400 years later, they're the children that never committed any murders, that never had any slaves, that actually lived a good moral life. When they get to heaven, they're gonna be excluded or experience some type of consequences just because of what their ancestors done in the past, but they didn't do it. So let's make this make sense. Do we even have agency then? So look, if that's the case, then why aren't we all still experiencing all the sins and everything from what Adam and Eve did? I would say that we are experiencing the hardships from what Adam and Eve did. But when Jesus came back, the difference is this, brother, what you don't take into account. When Jesus came back, that's when things changed. Jesus died for our sins. So your whole point in everything that you said is incorrect, brother. Yes, I just refuted your whole argument. Jesus died for our sins. So guess what? No white crackers. Look, just let me put some emphasis on it. No white crackers. No white crackers that had all my ancestors too, because my great grandmother was a slave. So my great grandmother would be a slave. Let me finish. Let me just finish real quick. Don't white crackers, because guess what? I don't care about it. Because when Jesus came back,
This good right here, man.
for our sins. The white crackers that enslaved my ancestors and your ancestors, nigga, guess what? The white people that live today,
have a good night.
they didn't enslave us. They ain't do anything to us. They guess what? Jesus died. Bro, there's white people in southern states that are literally living in trailer parks. They benefit from slavery.
Their kingdom is falling. If you just said Jesus came and redeemed us, well, why when they gave us white Jesus, they enslaved us in the name of white Jesus?
Does the slave master go to the same heaven as the slave?
The kingdom of heaven.
Damn it.
The slave master and the slave, the same heaven.
Let's go again.
A person that have slaves, how can they go to heaven? So you mean like they would have to turn, like you explained to me, I didn't know a person that is a slave master or murdering people and stuff like that. Do they go to heaven? You don't even believe they go to heaven. So what do you mean?
So you're saying the slave master and the slave does not go to the same heaven. The slave master
how would someone that rapes and murders people go to heaven?
Well, I don't
believe that. You believe that?
I don't. I'm asking you.
Oh yeah, so we on the same page. I don't believe that they go to heaven. They go to hell.
That they don't, right? So
no, they go to hell.
Right. So in the Bible, when it says prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, do the children pay for what the fathers did? Yes or no?
Do children pay for what the fathers did?
According to the Bible.
I got many verses too. So I can pull up a verse too.
On this is on this subject.
Okay, on this subject. I'll read a verse into
Isaiah 14:21 says, prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers. So the children of the slave masters have benefited from what their fathers did in slavery. So according to the Bible, do they have to pay for what their fathers did?
Yeah, so I have so many verses that I can read from the Bible as well. That that question is weird because if someone repents for their sins, you already know they go to heaven. So how are they paying for anything, right?
So
and
now
that's
you're
them
saying the
repenting
slave master
for.
go to heaven if it
So then they repent from their sins. So let's just go ahead and peel back the layer on this, like the logic to it. So if me and you brothers, right? Let's just hypothetically, right? Me and you are brothers. And let's say you go out there and murder someone, but then the cops arrest me for you murdering people. That would be unjust and unfair. The family wouldn't even receive justice. Because the family that you murdered, they won't receive justice because they actually didn't get you. They arrested me. So let me finish my statement real quick. What I'm saying is your question itself is illogical. The question itself is illogical because how can someone be punished for other people? Someone be punished for other people's doings. So what I'm saying in scripture, because you brought up the scripture, and the scriptures that I brought up was about the scripture in regards to repentance and all of those other things. Even in the scriptures when it comes to, I'll read one real quick for you. I think I already read it before, but I'll read it again if you guys want it. So, but a Jew is one inwardly. So you get what I'm saying? And circumcision is a matter of the heart, but not in the spirit. So this just means that God is judging by what's in you, in your spirit, not by your father's spirit, not by your mother's spirit, but by you. So if you are a good person, morally, and you repent for any sins that you've done, you will make it to heaven.
So now I just want to respond, and then you can bring other people up after I respond. Fair enough?
For sure. Yeah,
gotcha. He said no, then he said yes. If they repent.
No, I didn't say that. I said.
You said if they repent, they can get in there. That's what you said. So that's what's in the Bible. Can't get to heaven. So now,
that's what's in the Bible.
You said no. I'm just recapping. You should have an issue with it. I'm just recapping.
Go ahead. You can recap it, but that's what's in the Bible. Just like you read in scripture from the Bible, I gave you one.
If a man steals, let's say if a man breaks into a home, steals that home, steals everything about it at home. When they find the thief that stole, and whatever the children benefited from what they stole, they have to give back. So even if the children, you find out 50 years what they stole from this person, although that child didn't steal it, they benefited from what their father stole. They have to pay back by law. So in Isaiah 14 and 21, when it says prepare slaughter for the iniquity of their fathers, these the descendants of the slave master has to pay for what they gained from what their fathers did. That's biblical. And the verses that he pulled about a Jew inwardly has nothing to do with this subject.
No, what I'm saying is it has everything to do with it because it has everything to do with it because you mean to tell me I gave you examples and it wouldn't even add up to you. So me and you are brothers. And you go out and murder someone.
But if you benefited from that,
let me finish real quick. You go out and murder someone, right? And then the police come after me and arrest me. Justice wasn't served. Nothing wasn't done. Do you get what I'm saying?
So
and let's just say that I benefited for it.
Real quick, murder, but you get locked up for it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but yeah, now let's put what you just add on to it, a benefit. Now let's say you commit murder. Now let's say you rob a bank, but you give all the money to me. Now I got the money. So guess what? They're gonna arrest you, and they're gonna come take the money from me. That's what's gonna happen.
And let's say if you bought a house with that money, you got to give that house back. If you bought a car with that money,
I gotta give all
the
that
slave master,
from the
slave master,
from the worldly view, from the physical world, not the spiritual world. You're not giving anything back. The point that I'm making here is this: you're not giving anything back from the spiritual world
of their fathers.
But you're
not. The Bible is saying that they got to pay for what their fathers did
in the spiritual world.
Yes. Yes.
So you made it tell me. So look, your logic is this, and then we'll get some other people in here. Your logic is so all the things that the white man done to like the colonizers, what they done to all of these other nations, right? they're 400 years later. They're the children that never committed any murders, that never had any slaves, that actually lived a good moral life. When they get to heaven, they're gonna be excluded or experience some type of consequences just because of what their ancestors done in the past, but they didn't do it. So does this make sense? Do we even have agency then? So look, if that's the case, then why aren't we all still experiencing all the sins and everything from what Adam and Eve did? I would say that we are experiencing the hardships from what Adam and Eve did. But when Jesus came back, the difference is this, brother, what you don't take into account. When Jesus came back, that's when things changed. Jesus died for our sins. So your whole point and everything that you said is incorrect, brother. Yes, I just refuted your whole argument. Jesus died for our sins. So guess what? No white crackers. Look, just a little. Let me put some emphasis on this. No white crackers. Listen, don't white crackers that had all my ancestors too, because my great grandmother was a slave. So listen,
great grandmother would be a slave.
Let me finish. Let me just finish real quick. Don't white crackers, because guess what? I don't care about it. Because when Jesus came back, he died for our sins. Them white crackers that enslaved my ancestors and your ancestors, nigga, guess what? The white people that live today, they ain't enslave us. They ain't do anything to us. Guess what? Jesus died for them. There's white people in southern states that are literally living in trailer parks.
I can't help it if their kingdom is fallen. If you just said Jesus came and redeemed us, well, why when they gave us white Jesus, they enslaved us in the name of white Jesus?
Does the slave master go to the same heaven?
The oldest members of Generation Alpha will be old enough to vote in 2028. Generation Alpha, not Generation Z, not millennials, Gen Alpha, the generation that was born midway between Obama's first term. The generation that is growing up and coming of age at a time where it is as easy as it's ever been to become a victim of the alt-right pipeline. Just a guy with no political science degree. And if I know this, then I'm pretty sure that Trump and all of his million-dollar advisors know this as well. There are members of Generation Alpha that are 15 and 16 years old right now that will be old enough to vote in the 2028 election. They woke up this morning to this message on TikTok, and the only thing that's going to go through their mind is, wow, Trump gave me back my Fortnite edits. Wow, President Trump gave me back my Family Guy videos. This is the new $1,200 stimulus check. I think that it is imperative over the next 4 years that we keep an eye on our young people, the young people in your life, your nieces, your nephews, your younger siblings, your younger cousins. What are they watching? What podcasts are they listening to? There's a reason that Joe Rogan has the largest podcast on the planet, because all it takes is a few scrolls a day for the young people in our lives to get radicalized and fall down the wrong pipeline. The oldest members of Generation Alpha.
So remember God's covenant with Abraham? Well, if Ishmael isn't part of Abraham's legitimate lineage, then why did he have to get circumcised? Okay, let's get into it. And this is the third part, I think, of the Abraham story series that we're on. So in Genesis 16, Sarai gives Abram her handmaid Hagar to sleep with because she is barren. Well, would you look at that, Abram? The Lord has shut me up. On the one hand, he says he's going to make you the father of many nations, and on the other hand, he makes me barren. Make it make sense. But you know what? I'm done. I'm done playing with the Lord. Okay? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to enter into my handmaid, my maidservant, and maybe then I could raise up and build up a nation through her. And Abram, the good man that he is, listens to his wife. And according to the Bible, Hagar was so fertile, they did it the one time, and boom, she was pregnant. But upon becoming pregnant, Hagar gets a little cocky. She's not as quick to take orders from barren Sarah, if you know what I mean. So Sarai goes to Abram, and she's like, this is your fault. You sleep with her, and now she thinks she's better than me. And Abram's like, Sarah, she's your handmaid. I mean, you do what you need to do, okay? It's none of my business. So Sarah oppresses Hagar until she runs away.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I am well, thank you.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
In one version of the story in Bereshit Rabbah, Sarah throws a shoe at her. Classy, I know. But that wasn't Sarah, that was Sarai. You know, the old Sarah. So Hagar flees into the wilderness, and an angel of Yahweh finds her sitting beside a spring of water. And the angel is like, Hagar, where did you come from? And where are you going? You know what, Angel? I'm running away because I'm not putting up with Sarah's BS anymore. Girl, get your ass back home to your mistress. I don't even know what blessings await you, okay? Your seed is gonna multiply so much you won't even be able to count it. You're pregnant with Abraham's son, the Abraham. You're gonna call him Ismail because God has heard your affliction. And boy, is he gonna be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against that of all his brothers, and all his brothers against him. And so Hagar hearkened the voice of the angel, returned to her mistress Sarah, and gave birth to a son who was named Ismail. Now when Ismail turned 13 and Abram was 99 years old, God was like, yeah, Ibrahim, it's time for you and I to sign a little contract. Before we do this, let me make clear, your name, no longer Abram. Your name from now on is Abraham. And as for Sarai, her name is Sarah now. I'm about to make it a matriarch of a major religion. I can't have you walking around with these peasant names. Now to earn these names, here's what I need you to do. Here's how you and every male after you is going to sign my contract. You're going to keep my covenant. What you're going to do is be circumcised. You're going to circumcise the flesh of your foreskin and offer it up to me. That's going to be the sign. I'm going to need you to call on Ishmael and every male in your household. And I get that most of you are adults now, so this is going to be pretty painful. So in the future, you do this when the child is still 8 days old. But for now, you do this to every male in your household. And I'm going to bless you and Sarah with a multitude of children. The father of many nations will I make you. Abraham was like, really, Sarah? I mean, bless her, but she's like 90. And also, what about Ishmael? You're not going to forget about him, are you? You think anything is too great for the Lord? You mark my word, this time next year, she's going to be screaming from the pain of childbirth. And in terms of Ishmael, don't worry, I've heard you. And he's going to have his own line of dozen princes to deal with, so I got you. And so Ishmael, at 13 years old, along with all of the men in Abraham's household, was circumcised. Worst bar mitzvah ever. And a year later, as promised, Sarah has a son named Isaac. And once Sarah has her own son, then she realizes that she needs to get Ismail out of the picture. And in the Quran, that's when Hajar and Ismail make it to Mecca to establish the foundations of Islam. But we can get into that and the sacrifice of Abraham's son in the next video. We are enjoying this series, right? Like, I should keep going. Let me know in the comments.
Do you want a seven-figure?
What's good, family? It's the world of stage, part 4. Let me ask you a question. Who runs the world? Is it religion or secret societies? White people, black people, or is it all the above? The 5 men that wear the Moroccan Fez hat are people that are at the highest level of power. Do you think they have handlers that tell them what to execute with that power and authority? Family, here's a king with a Fez hat, not a crown on his head. Is this him showing who grants his power? Here is a U.S. president with the same hat. He's not wearing a U.S. flag.
It's the president showing his alliance to the societies that placed him in power. Family, we live in a world of secrets. Even our chicken has 11 secret spices. Let me show you the 12th secret. Here is Colonel Sanders and the Sanders. The whole identity of the Colonel was Masonic. Do you see the feds hat on their head? The power or society that controls our food handlers, control the kings of the world, the presidents, and world leaders. Seeing this makes you ask, who controls the world? Is it religion, the all-seeing eye, or the compass, the secret society, or both? Family, is the world a stage? Why do all the stadiums have eyes? Friend up, drop a like for the next one. I made a video about Elon's little hand gesture here, and I had people in the comments getting upset, accusing me of pushing a narrative that wasn't true, in part because I didn't show the full clip. So first of all, I didn't show the full clip because he does the hand gesture twice before he says, "My heart goes out to you," which I also felt didn't justify shit. It was just him kind of like, wink, wink, that's what I must be really doing. But I didn't show that because I was like, getting it past once and not getting a community guideline violation seems tough enough. Him doing it twice, I'm going to get hit with like hateful behavior and protected class slur. That's why I didn't show it. After having so many people comment, I was like, fine. And I made a very extensive video that showed the full clip and then gave other context, like how all of these actual real Yahtzees are celebrating this as a moment where they feel seen by him. They're thanking him for it. And if Yahtzees think you're a Yahtzee, is that really any better? You can see that video on Instagram or Twitter or YouTube. You can't see it here, though, because I got a community guideline violation. And I thought maybe it's because I let these people use some of their lingo. So I did a version where I bleeped out anything that could be written again. Violation again. Said, hey, I bleeped out these words. This is for educational purposes. And it went like this. I hit submit. That panel closed. I was on notifications. And not even 2 Mississippis later, I had a notification that says appeal denied. And I thought, this has to be for a different video, right? No, it was for that one. They had it set up to auto-deny me because no moderator took a look at my appeal. No one saw it. It hadn't even had time to process.
Is this good, ma'am?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. You're welcome. Have a good night. You as well. Thank you much.
Yes. So, if you want to see those longer versions, you can go to those other places. But I'm going to try and do a quick one here that I can hopefully get through that addresses specifically what he said. So first, he said this. So that's all he was doing, right? He was just doing "my heart goes out to you" because he's done that before. And it looks like this. Not like this. So I'm not buying it, and neither are the people who it matters with. The Yahtzees think it's that. I've had my inbox and my comments section full of people in Germany who think it's that. In Australia, it's illegal to do that gesture, and they had to blur this for the news. Oh, and for the people who want to use autism, I've had a ton of people who have autism in my comments and in my DMs saying, that ain't autism. But all you people who are here defending and fighting for him, you know what I have to ask? Why are you having to do it? Why are you the ones addressing it and not him? It's not that hard to come out and say, I didn't mean that as that way. I can understand why it doesn't look good. But I hate Yahtzees. I hate them with a passion. I don't want anything to do with them. But he won't do that because, one, he doesn't have a problem with them. If he did, he wouldn't allow them to flourish on his platform the way he does. But two, he did kind of address it in a post on Twitter. This one. We're apparently making a bunch of Yahtzee puns. It's his idea of funny. The most troubling thing in all of this is not that he did this. Like, no one who's been paying attention is surprised. No, the troubling part is how many people was this not only not a deal breaker for them, but they went out of their way and bent over backwards to support and justify his behavior. History will remember. I made a video about Elon's little handshake.
You ever look around and just think to yourself, golly, life sure isn't going the way I thought it would. I can hear every syllable of the fight, my paper thin. A
party full of neighbors having with his wife. Can't send the kids outside to play because the local burnouts are already chasing the dragon on the community swing set. Or you have to drive an hour through traffic to and from your job, which is just enough time for you to imagine how much better it would feel to shove bamboo slivers in your fingernails than what you're about to do or just had to do all day long just to keep the lights on. Or maybe you don't do any of that, but you do spend an awful lot of time on the internet watching videos of other people accomplishing their goals, building their little homesteads, playing with their chickens and their piggies and their goats and their little Highland cows. And you think to yourself, must be nice, but I can never do that. I can hardly make ends meet, and if things keep going the way they're going, I'm never going to have the money to do that. But what if I told you that you could afford it? What if I told you, with the way things are going, I don't think you could afford not to. Now, I'm going to get to the biggest hurdle in accomplishing this and how to overcome it at the end of this video, but by far, the second biggest hurdle is how to acquire land when you haven't even a pot in which to make tinkle. Buying land in a conventional manner these days requires either a massive down payment and stellar credit, or making a Faustian bargain with the government, which basically gives ag inspectors the ability to enter your property whenever they want. For us, either being tied to a bank for many years or being handcuffed to the government was a hard no, but maybe that'll work in your situation. I'm not the boss of you. We went the owner finance route. As many of you know, we used a site called Billyland, which is sort of like an eBay for owner finance land. They do no credit checks, no income qualifications, and super low down payments. We put $300 down. We're customers for just over 12 years, paid off our property at $212 a month, paying more when we could, and now we own the property free and clear. Before you ask, my property taxes are $131 a year, so it's hardly even worth responding to the comment. You don't ever actually ever own your own property. The government does. Go on now, get. This is not sponsored. They just did right by me, and I like sending people over to them as a result of it. If this kind of off-grid living and homesteading lifestyle is something that you dream about and you don't already have an account on Billyland, go over and get one. Scroll the property.
Did you know that the snake entered the garden on the second month on the 17th day? That was the fall of mankind. And then the great flood, well, that started on the second month on the 17th day. Actually, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up and the windows of heaven were opened. I know our calendars are way different than they were a long time ago when they wrote Genesis. But somebody had to tell them that President's Day was one of the most dreadful days in history. And that's next on the trumpet. I blew the trumpet a month before that happened. And to all my students that are taking my class in the Book of Jubilees, next Wednesday night, right there, I just uploaded the study guide. And in the second month, on the 17th day of the month, the serpent came and approached the woman. And the serpent said to the woman, has Yahweh commanded you, say, you shall not eat of every tree of the garden? That guy right there. Solomon built the temple in the second month. Right there, Solomon's reign over Israel in the month of Zip, which is the second month that he began to build the house of the Lord. Thou shalt not build stairs up to the altar. Thou shalt not make it of hewn stone. And who put the columns up there? I mean, the pillars which thou God hates. Your free copy of the study guide is right there on my link tree. Just touch that. Touch the link tree button. And then touch the study guide number 3. And then you can download this for yourself and study over the weekend. And I'll see you Wednesday at 7 o'clock live. Right. Right there. I don't know. Maybe we study what happens in the second month during the first month. It's probably somewhere around the 19th or the 20th. Right there. I'll have chapter 2 uploaded onto my YouTube page, which is also in my link tree. Chapter 1's already there, and you can still download the study guides, and like thousands of people have seen it. That's like in 3 places in the Bible. So it'll be good. It's the Jubilee year, and I bet you he blows those trumpets all year long. You know me and my family love
love you, so I can follow the trumpet for more. And in Jesus' name, have a blessed day.
When you go and use,
Do you know who the Nephilim were? Well, don't worry, because if you don't know who the Nephilim were, I'm going to tell you who they were. Let's get into it. So God sends 200 angels down here, and he calls them the Watchers. They were sent down here to make sure the humans weren't up to no good. They weren't doing things they weren't supposed to. They were behaving, and they were pretty much, just living their lives as they should. Well, after a time, these angels, the Watchers, they start lusting after the human women. And they go to their leader, and their leader, Samias, I don't know if I'm saying that right or not, Samias makes them take an oath, and all 200 of them are going to meet up and descend on Mount Hermon, where they're going to go and find a human wife. And with this human wife, they're going to procreate.
Hold on, people.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I don't know that whose name she put it, but I think she told me this is the Uber. So. How's it going?
Not too bad. How about you?
Here chilling.
Okay, you recognize the name Delaney?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it. She just walked me out right now.
Turn left on 15th Street, then turn right on Washington Street.
What's the address?
810 26th Street.
810 26th Street. Okay.
Hopefully, I make it home before 12. So, if the Uber is not the one saying happy birthday to me. So, my parents will have an issue with life.
Well, no worries, right?
Washington Street.
No worries.
I don't acknowledge birthdays because they're not biblical.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But
Yeah.
do you have fun? I hear an accent. What's your nationality?
Using the right lane, turn
I'm
right
half
on 14th
Dominican,
Street.
half Hawaiian.
Okay.
Samoan. My dad
Just
is
ahead, turn right
Dominican
on
and my
Park
mom
Avenue
is
using
Samoan.
the right lane.
Okay. So birthdays are forbidden to you too.
Are they?
They are.
I've celebrated my whole life. So.
Yeah. Most of us have because we've not known the truth about who we really are. We call ourselves by surnames and the names that the people who conquered our islands and captured our ancestors and enslaved them. So I was born here. My family is from Borinquen. So all of us, the whole Caribbean, the whole of North, South, Central America of indigenous descent, and Canada, all of those people that were here before Columbus, all were the Northern Kingdom of Israel. And we have our own laws and our own traditions. But the traditions that we celebrate today are the traditions of the people who captured our people. Like a birthday.
Right.
The birthday in the Satanic Bible is the single most important day ever. So we don't know. We just do it because that's what, we were taught.
Right.
Our ancestors didn't do it. They fought tooth and nail though to never do it. But again, no worries. Don't want to stress you out.
No, I'm not. Not stressed at all. I'm listening though. That's how you feed your mind, by learning.
Absolutely. Your dad, you say, is Dominican, right?
Yeah.
So he's of the tribe of Ephraim. The tribe of Simeon, of the children of Israel. That's the true identity of the indigenous people. All of the names that we have, that we call ourselves, were given to us. Like Dominican. That has nothing to do with who we really are. That name didn't come to us until after the conquest. That's not our name either. No, that was coined by a French anthropologist, and Columbus used it to refer to the people that he met on your island. Yeah. But it's not. That's not who we are. That was a phrase coined. which means we are noble. In the language that our people spoke, it means we are noble, or we are good. Either way, it's a Hebrew word. It's got nothing to do with our identity. It's all written down too. When you get a chance, look into it. And eventually you'll remember this conversation and look into it.
May I ask your name?
Daniel. And yours?
Coral.
Coral?
Coral, yeah. Like the wreath.
Coral like the wreath. Okay. Bet your mom came up with that one.
Actually, my dad.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's coral there too.
Yeah. One of the biggest coral population is where my father is from, Boca Chica.
Okay.
And my grandparents are owner of a big restaurant in Dominican Republic.
Okay.
And the name of it's Coral because of the area that it's located in. It's located like right in front of where like tourists come to check on, to go diving and stuff like that.
Oh, it must be beautiful there.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Like all my sister and I have
Just a bit. Continue
like
toward New Jersey 495 west using the left 2 lanes.
all of us. Star,
New Jersey 495 west.
like her name is specifically Star due to like the fish rather than like the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Jersey City using the right lane.
All of us. Somebody has something from the water, you know?
Right.
And then the boys have something from the sky. Everybody. My father and my mom, they did their thing, but everybody's name, at least, you know, we all have they're pretty different name compared to
Most of the population, right. That's awesome. Well, through heritage, because it and it's on both your father and mother's side, because the Hawaiians, not all of them, but a great many of our people were sent there as captives. So of course we integrated and mixed with the population, but we're all over. But for sure, 100% for sure, your dad for sure. What does he look like? That didn't matter. Phenotype doesn't matter.
he is tall, dark skin with green eyes. And long hair.
Just ahead, turn left on 26th Street.
Well, the long hair thing is, you know, fading away a little bit.
Right, because he's older. It happens.
But yeah, it's pretty much like long hair,
Turn
green
left
eyes.
on 26th Street and
Black
drop off
meat.
Delaney.
Everybody talk about the fact that he got green eyes.
Yeah, our forefather, one of our forefathers said that his heritage is like a speckled bird, which means that we come in every shade,
Every shade in it.
including this, right? But we are that people. So look into it. It's important.
I'm a cop in Hoboken, and like sometimes I work with people that I think they are not Spanish or anything like that, and I'm like, dude, this man is Spanish. This white man is Spanish, and then I'm like, well, you know, we come in different shades, different colors.
This is true, but here's another little piece before I let you go. We are not Spanish.
We are.
We are not.
What are we?
We are Hebrew. Spanish people conquered our people and taught us their language, took our language and gave us theirs.
I have a friend that she's very into, I'm going to speak to Miss Carmen. Miss Carmen is very into, like, she reads the Hebrew, and everything. I'm going to speak to her. I'm going to sit down and talk to her.
Yeah.
Sir, have a good night. It was so
You
nice
as well.
talking to you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your night. Drive safe.
And, have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Okay, back to it.
Now, this isn't the only thing they do for the humans. While they're talking to the human women and making them wives and all of that, they're also spilling their secrets and giving the humans this forbidden knowledge. They teach them about metalworking and how to make weapons for war, which at this point, the humans didn't know what war was. They teach them about makeup, how to put makeup on their face to make them look more beautiful, and they teach them about mirrors so that they can see what they look like, more prideful. Along with the makeup and the mirrors, they teach them other physical ornamentations to enhance their beauty. Angels taught them how to track the stars and the signs of the moons, astrology and divination. They taught them about plants and magical medicines, cutting of roots, incantations. So it isn't long until they make good on their oath and they find their wives and they start having children. And these children are the Nephilim, or the giants. Some of these children are up to 430 feet tall. No one expected that. The humans nor the angels can keep these Nephilim in check. No one can keep them fed. So what do? They start feeding on the humans and start feeding on animals and drinking their blood and all kinds of things. These angel and human hybrids, the Nephilim, they were unnatural and they were unusually strong and unnaturally.
Real quick, because she's giving you just take this with a grain of salt. And what that means is research, do your own research. A lot of this information is pseudo, but it's entertaining. So this, unlike everything else that I try to show, this is for entertainment purposes only. The story of the Nephilim is biblical. The giants, that's biblical. The Watchers, you know what? I'm not even gonna try to edify. Just do your own research, right? But angels don't have sex with women. That means that the 200 fallen were something else. What they were, I'll let you figure out. All right, back to it.
Big. They were just giant bullies who literally brought carnage and violence with them no matter where they went. They didn't know peace. So they started filling the earth with violence. And they did this for 120 years. After 120 years, God said, you know what? That's enough. We're not doing this anymore. God warns Noah of the flood that's coming, so Noah goes and gets 2 of every animal on the ark, gets on the ark, and then the flood comes. Well, there were no Nephilim aboard the ark, so that did away with all of the Nephilim, right? Well, the angels that came down and fornicated with the human women, they actually dematerialized, went back to angel form, and went back to heaven. They were immediately caught and arrested and sentenced to a spiritual dungeon, so that's where they're still at. And that's where they'll be at until Judgment Day. I do have a question for you guys, so if anyone knows the answer to this, please let me know below. So those angels that were bound in the valleys of the earth, are those the same angels that are bound under the Euphrates River that are going to kill a third of mankind when they're released after the Euphrates River dries up? Are those the same angels, or are those different angels? Does anyone know? Just let me know below if you know. And let me know what you think of this video. Do you know who the Nephilim?
It's not very often that I make 2 videos in one day, but I have to reply to this comment. Now, this is the girl who the comment is talking about. Her name is Lena Morgana. Now, this is Lady Gaga, aka Stephanie Germanotta. Now, when these 2 girls were both 19, a tragic accident happened with Lena Morgana. Now, Lady Gaga, as I said, was a writer for Lena Morgana at the time. Now, if you go and have a look at Lena Morgana and her music on YouTube, you will see where Lady Gaga got all of her identity from. Her whole identity is from this lady here. Now, this is where things start to get really, really weird. You see, Lena Morgana, she tragically lost her life when she was 19 in 2000. This here is one of Lena Morgana's songs. You can find it on YouTube. Just type it in, Lena Morgana, American Girl Remastered, and you can hear where Lady Gaga has got a singing voice from. And you can also find this one, Lena Morgana. I'm telling you now, you will understand where Lady Gaga has got her identity from. So anyway, back to the story. Lena Morgana had a tragic accident in 2008 when she was just 19, leading to the loss of her life, allegedly. Now, Lady Gaga acts exactly how this girl acted when she was in music. Lady Gaga sounds like this girl sounded when she was singing her songs. And
fair use, by the way.
When Lady Gaga was 19, she claims that she had an experience too, but not obviously with the loss of life. And to me, that just seems a little bit too coincidental. She's stealing all of her identity, and now she has a story that matches her on the same age. I don't think that it's me making these claims that Lady Gaga has stolen Lena's identity, because even Lena's own mother has claimed that Lady Gaga has stolen her identity. Tell me which one of these is Lady Gaga or Lena Morgana. Oh, and just to quickly finish it off, in 2008, Lady Gaga gave these performances. One was for Poker Face, and the other one was for Paparazzi. Now, we all know Poker Face. What do people have a Poker Face for? Is to hide something or to stop people from noticing something. And the Paparazzi, I'll leave that one to you guys to wonder why she made the song about the paparazzi, but I guarantee you now that it wasn't because the paparazzi was chasing this lady, and she'd only just became famous at that point. So I doubt she had very many paparazzi all over her, and if she did, I'm guessing that it would have been paid for paparazzi, not real, like, we love you Lady Gaga type of paparazzi, because she only just came into the music industry. So this whole scenario just doesn't make sense. What do you guys think about this? Let me know in the comments. Oh, and at the beginning of the video, I made the claim that Lady Gaga and Lena Morgana were both 19 years of age. They weren't. Lena Morgana was 19, Lady Gaga was 22. Oh, and if you're not following me yet, you flipping should be. And come onto my page as well and click my notification bell at the top and tap all so you don't miss none of my future posts. It's not very often that I make 2 videos in one day.
Turn left on Palisades Avenue.
I don't know who that is. But let's get back to this.
It's not very often that.
This is the easiest way to go back to school. Yep.
Hey, wait till you start seeing the pyramids all over our continent. This is the old world, totally hidden from us. I'm going to send you a link. Please do. Yeah, dude. I heard something interesting yesterday, and I have no proof of it, but it just felt right. I heard that Malcolm X was talking about before he died that actually black people are indigenous to Tartaria America. And wouldn't that be so interesting if that were true? That they made up all these lies about how no one was here and they didn't steal the land or the buildings from anyone. They came here and made it themselves. And then they treated black people the fucking worst ever. It feels like they're trying to hide from all fucking people of color that they're indigenous to here. Well, specifically black people too. That's what I keep hearing. And you know, you think about like the pyramids, the like Egyptian relics in fucking the Grand Canyon, you know? And you go, yeah, maybe, you know, that feels right. It feels like, you know, if a bunch of white supremacists decided they wanted to take over the entire world, You would kind of have to do that, right? You'd have to say, you don't get to have this place and you've never lived here. You know, you got to disconnect people from the land.
Well, there you have it. Just like that, the time is ticking because they're waking up. Many of them know who we are. The question is, do you? Right? I mean, and as long as we are still lost in this fairy tale imagination world of Blackadonia, we will forever be lost here in America. You will forever be lost there in Canada. You will forever be lost there in Britain. You will forever be lost in all of these English countries, y'all. You must understand and know that they have given this brand to you all. You know, it's no different than Nike. It's no different than Adidas or anything like that. They gave you a brand of nothingness, right? Blackness is civilly the more too civilly dead in the eyes of the Lord. We have worn this brand with pride. We are civilly dead. You see what I'm saying? We have got to let that go because letting go of our traumas connected to blackness is what's going to open us back up to our actual tribal heritages and our roots and our actual real story that ties us back to the land. What land does blackness tie you to? Where is Blackadonia and the Blackanicians? Until someone can figure that out for me, we must do away with blackness, y'all. We cannot speak the English language and not know and understand semantics and how they are used back against us. Okay? All right? We know the difference between adjectives and nouns. We know colors describe a person, place, or a thing. Right? It is not an actual noun, so you can't be a black. All right? This is something that we all learn in first, second grade. We need you all to start raising your vibrations and come out of Blackaville. It's time, y'all, so that we can come together as a community and actually put our bread, put our time, put our energy together.
I'm gonna let you rock.
But when you have blackness, nobody has goals for unity because blackness is from any and everywhere, and there is no relation that ties us back to any land. Wake up.
Hey, wait till you start seeing the pyramid.
Hello, how are you? Say your name for me.
Head to your drop-off at 538 36th Street.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
letter from him, and he said, "Dear Norm, if you will study whether or not crystals can help healing, I'll give you $150,000 to do it." Now, I never thought about crystals before, to be quite honest. It had no meaning to me. I thought crystals were pretty to look at. I never had a pet crystal before. But, you know, like I said, I'll study anything, practically, if it's reasonable. And so I spent 7 months trying to figure out how can I study crystals and healing in a way that might produce some kind of result that's meaningful. Because you've got to worry about placebo. You know? I mean, if you believe something's going to work, it probably will have some effect upon you. And interestingly, we had the lowest placebo response in this study that I've ever had, anything I've ever done. What we came up with is the thought that quartz crystal being piezoelectric. Do you know what piezoelectric means? Basically, it means if you hit it with a physical force, the physical force is transformed into electricity. Guess what structure in the human body is piezoelectric? Not the brain. Hit it with a hammer and you might not make it. Bone, your whole skeleton is piezoelectric. It's used in computers and all kinds of modern electronic equipment. It can receive electrical energy. It's sort of like a radio station receiving. It can transmit, as in a quartz crystal radio, although that wasn't really the crystal used in most quartz crystal radios. It can store electrical energy. And the mind is theoretically, by my concept, an electromagnetic machine. And so maybe if you program a quartz crystal, it will serve as a battery to give you back what you've put into it. And I was aware of the work of a man in Mexico City named Alvarez Bulla, who was a neurophysiologist who was trained in Pavlovian conditioning type research. Took dogs in a laboratory setting and gave them intravenously shots of insulin and rang a bell just after the insulin was given. 5 days, just 5 times. Once a day for 5 days, a shot of insulin plus the ringing of a bell. Now, the shot of insulin, of course, made the blood sugar go down. Week 2, he brought the dogs back, set them up in the same way, and just rang the bell. And guess what happened? The blood sugar dropped just as much as if they'd had a shot of insulin. The dog didn't even know what insulin was. Left those dogs for 6 months and brought them back in and rang the bell. The blood sugar still dropped. That is a conditioned response. And how many bells have been rung in our lives, each of us? Have we been conditioned to respond to words, thoughts? And so I reasoned that it is entirely possible to condition people to respond in a specific way. And we talked about the chakras, and I want to talk a moment about that from a physiological point of view, because I believe the chakras are very real. I've always believed in the chakras since I first heard about them many years ago, because if you look at a picture of the chakras, it looks like a schematic drawing of the autonomic nervous system. Irving Kaur, one of the great neurophysiologists in this country, has drawn sketches of the autonomic nervous system. You open one of his papers and you think you're reading something from India about chakras. I mean, that's what it looks like. And so we teach people these principles, and we talk about the electrical and electromagnetic continuity of life with atoms. Because to me, that is the way it is. I mean, even on which I'm standing, somewhere inside's got some electricity going, because those little atoms are running around, electrons at least are running around in the nucleus. And we talk about the fact that the connection connection between the inorganic atoms in the soil and life is actually plants. We cannot convert calcium out of the earth into living tissue. Plants can. Plants transmute inorganic into organic, organic being that associated with life. And animals, and people are animals, eat plants to survive. And I got a letter from him, and he said, "Dear Norm,
no other cybersecurity training program can
say man steals.
How would you like to be your own bank if you're
In a quarter-mile turn right on John F. Kennedy Boulevard using the right lane.
James Madison's father constitution. He wrote Article 3. According to even Gorsuch, he wrote all of the Bill of Rights. Okay? So he wrote, in all cases which state shall be, no person shall be held to answer for capital or otherwise if it's crime unless a presentment or indictment of grand jury. But he also wrote Article 3. Guys, what Article 3 is Article 3 creates the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Okay? Jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Now, there's two different jurisdictions of the Supreme Court. There's original and there's appellate. Okay? Original and appellate. Now, we're all very, very familiar with the court's appellate jurisdiction. Okay? Because we appeal to them, to the highest court in land. That if there's a decision that's made in the lower court, that decision is contrary to justice, and all other courts fail, then you'll go to that court as the last court of resort and petition them and ask them to please hear your case and pray that they actually do. Guys, they only listen to 70. They only hear 70 cases. Right? There's 15 million lawsuits that are filed here in America every single year. They only listen to 70 cases. They only hear 70 cases. Now that's their discretionary authority. Right? Discretion. That's their appellate jurisdiction. Problem is that the original jurisdiction has not been invoked since 1890. Right? But what the Constitution says is it says that in all cases in which a foreign dignitary is named party, and there's more to it, but it's a foreign dignitary. In all cases in which a foreign dignitary is named a party, or in all cases in which a state is named a party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. Now, the reason why is because, once again, no person can be judge in his own case, right? The body of men that make up the state it includes prosecutors and judges, CPS, law enforcement. They're all part of the state. And therefore, when the state is your accuser, when the state is named a party, and they bring the accusation through one of their agents, be it CPS or law enforcement or prosecutor, if the agent of the state brings an accusation against you, then the same body of men cannot be presumed to be neutral and biased to act as the judge of the case. And as a result, that judge has a constitutional obligation to recuse himself because the state no longer has jurisdiction to oversee the disposition
It's
of
good
that
right here.
Okay? Now, we know that that's
You're
the
welcome.
original
Have a good
intent
night.
of the Constitution because, just as they said, James Madison is the author of the Constitution. Just as Gorsuch said, James Madison is the author of the Constitution. So if we want to know why James Madison wrote Article 3 the way he did, well, let's see what he had to say about it. James Madison wrote the Federalist Number 10. If you want to know the original intent of the Constitution, you will go to the Federalist Papers, written by John Jay, Alexander Hamilton, and Mr. James Madison. Okay, they will tell you why they wrote the things they did. Well, James Madison wrote the Federalist Number 10. It was titled "The Union as a Safeguard Against Domestic Factions and Insurrection." James Madison's father Constitution. He wrote Article 3. According to even Gorsuch, he wrote all of the Bill of Rights. Okay? So he...
Hypocrisy of Humanity by yours truly. Whatever happened to say what you mean and mean what you say in this insane liar reality? How many liars can any society support before it fully collapses? If you're to walk into a pie shop that states it has the best pies in town, only discover that they've never served a single pie ever,
how long would that shop stay in business? This is the exact same thing as some agency like the SIU, Special Investigations Unit, claiming to police the cops while they've never actually ever done that, and where they really only hid behind their advertised lies of discipline. How many times does any individual who works for these cover-up agencies have to lie before they too are finally fed up with their own paid for their salaries lies to uphold the illusion of thin blue line? The only truth I've seen is that they're not interested in really cleaning up this perpetual nightmare, but rather do what appears to be enough cleanup to keep the masses thinking they're actually doing what they claim to do. Unfortunately, when you lie to one, you have lied to all. It's as simple as that. A liar is a liar until they're not a liar anymore, where that ultimate choice belongs to each and every one of us. What I have learned through my encounters and my experiences is that these people who supposedly claim to be serving truth and justice are merely lining up at the swill trough for money treats from their masters to do all the lying and dirty work for them. I can never fathom integrity as having a price tag, but with many of these supposed protectors, they are the worst kind of parasites. This is the standard operating procedure. How many of these police chiefs, mayors, special investigators, etc., does one have to prove the truth of the legal name fraud to before they can't swallow their own filthy lies any longer? Granted, there are many that will never stop lying because that is all they know, and that is all they are, liars of the vilest order. Don't tell me you're a special investigator, unbiased and neutral, when the real truth is you're one of the criminal cops as well, where your own soul apparently has a price tag, where you can be bought and paid for, justice and truth be damned. Unfortunately, it's the liars who are the damned, and the clock is run out now where humanity in vast swaths has awoken to lie, deception, and wanton lust to harm others by allowing harm for a paycheck. The challenge, if there is one, is to see if you are as gutless as your advertising claims. The only thing I've seen in police is the status quo of freedom in a slave state, where the funniest part is, you're the enabler of your own slavery as well. That is as suitable as a definition of what insanity truly is that I have come across. You say you're an investigator, yet when confronted with true crimes, you run away like scared little schoolgirls from the local pedo priest or rabbi. The irony is, you're the one allowing for the pedos and the parasites to exist, and are actually protecting and supporting them. Literally a fact easily proven. Insanity of the lowest order, don't you think? You work for and protect the system of slavery, both of you and of humanity. And I sure hate to be sitting on that side of the scales when the balance tips, so here's a hint for all of you. It's already tipped. And you have been found way down, so enjoy the fall as it picks up speed daily now. Yes, I know you're feeling the effects already, where the real joke is that people like myself are the ones trying to wake you up from your own slavery of and in a system entirely based on the lie of the legal name fictional reality you serve and worship as if it's real. There is really only one question you need to answer to see this truth fully, and here it is. What can you or any crown-owned slave officer do without getting someone to confess to be a fraudulent legal name? Yep, absolutely nothing. Nada, zero, zilch, etc. Because your world is the illusion, and you are absolutely powerless to do anything without that lie and fraud in place first, and why you are trained deeply to lust after it. You and the other parasites like lawyers and police and judges and politicians, etc., are all the same to me until you find truth and honor within yourself, as many of your former colleagues have discovered and are working with us to further awaken you, if that is even possible. It all depends on how programmed or truly filthy you are. Cold, hard truth, kids. Cold, hard truth. How many murders a year done by police every year literally get away with it? All of them, with most murderers in your ranks getting a slapped wrist and a desk job or simply fired. It's the only job in the world other than legal murder of military that this happens openly and often. Regardless of the uniform or clown suit one is wearing, the murderer is always intent and shown in actions of the one committing the murders. In short, murder is murder any way you want to pretty it up.
I don't really know what this is. I'm enjoying it, so I'm gonna let it rock. This is for educational purposes only. I'm using it under fair use doctrine. You heard?
I have experienced your lies and harm up close and personal, so I don't speak lightly on this subject. And why I will be right in your faces until you wake up or simply destroy yourselves in your own filthy energy. It's a win-win for me and all of humanity in either case. When you lied to me, you were lying in and to the face of all creation now. And creation sees you fully. By your actions, you are known. And it's very easy to spot a liar. Just tell me you'll call me back in a couple of days to set up an interview and not do that. Well, that makes you a liar. Easy as pie, you claim to stock. Well, all your shelves are bare and always have been. I've lost count of the two-faced lying parasites both within and without your dead crown system of illusion and lies. But it matters not to me what you say and do, because the truth is, consciousness already knows you, where none can hide. And all are judged in the instant of every willful act of harm and crime by your omission to do anything or the commissions thereof. You are commissioned officers, right? At least now you know what commission really means, since it's the actual intent of your job. It is a difficult thing to know what I know. Ultimately share that with others. It also needs to know every thought and agreement is a universal contract with creation itself. More mindful of the contract you're creating for yourself, because each one of these will and must be accounted for. Ignorance can't claim of ignorance is long gone, where the legal name fraud is common knowledge nor the consciousness of humanity. Tick, tock. The biggest problem with lying so deeply, so often, and for so long is that it breeds contemptuous cowardice, like the infectious disease it is, rendering the liar into the shapeless forms, robes, and uniforms you are, worship, and wear. It's no wonder you can't face people like me due to your own terror of your own inner and outer mirrors. While this may sound harsh, the simple truth is this harsh for those caught in the crossfire of their own delusions and lies, all the while feeling protected behind the illusion of a title or an outfit. Truth is, truth has sought you out, and if you're reading or hearing this, you know exactly who and what you are, and all that is left to do is to accept your full-on slave criminal status, or finally, once and for all, do the right thing, because that is the only right thing left for you to do at all. This applies to all facets of humanity, and what we claim ourselves to be, where one who claims to stand in truth can be easily spotted as a liar in the same way any uniformed murderer can be seen. In, of, and by your actions, you are known to all of consciousness. There are those that may claim to not have a legal name or spiritual contract with this horrible Babylon system through that mark of the beast. If you're clinging to it in some shape or form, consciousness knows you're a liar and you will be tested accordingly. And by the measure of your works, you are already judged in, of, and by self already via actions. That is, of course, considering your own ability to bullshit yourself into continuing in your delusions, where your reality is going to collapse shortly anyway. There are those that think this is a physical game, and if you can keep a secret from other points of you, only you will know. That's the biggest lie you will ever tell or convince yourself of, where consciousness sees all. And again, you will be measured of your mind, heart, and soul, far beyond your physical sense of reality you have limited yourself to. In the clearest sense, you are committing spiritual suicide, where your illusion of money as being wealth owns your soul, until you decide otherwise. Every omission of truth and honor is a domino effect in the consciousness, and every single harm created from that fractal are yours, and yours alone to deal with at some point. Given that this is an eternal game, you'll have plenty of time to sort out your own evil, or consciousness will simply and eventually erase you as a bad idea anyway. Liars cannot be trusted, period. Trust begins and ends solely with And if you're still bullshitting yourself, then I'm going to be just another point of you to your own face anyway. No, this has not been an easy road, where the only thing you can expect from anyone stuck in the matrix are lies, insults, hate, and anger for bringing this into view at all. Family and friends will run and disown you. They'll cast lots for your belongings because that's all they've ever wanted from you in life anyway. Also, those that you once trusted, like the police, will hunt you down as the gophers of their dark, unseen masters. The majority of them are completely unaware of. But then there's you, the one who does know what's going on. The active parasite and soulless feeder on others' life source, because yours is long ago spent. And the only thing left of you is your physical shell existence, sustained only on what you can steal from creation itself. Those of you that are still sentient and compassionate will be fallen soon enough unless you put the brakes on your own suicide of soul. That's where people like me come in, to remind you. All I or anyone can do is show the truth to you, where you have a simple and singular choice to make, to accept it or to deny it. And continue.
Hello, how are you?
Self-destruction.
Hello.
So many of us are.
Hello, how are you?
I can accept the fact that the liars will always be liars.
Levántate, amor. Tiene que cargarlo, tía, yo creo ahí.
Given back in full force and effect for you to claim. No, I'm done expecting any filthy liar who uses a job as an excuse to profit through harming others. All that is left for the liar that is
Lodi?
you are for yourself or not. The only thing now is you have all by your actions, you are known. And by your inactions, cowardice, you are equally known.
Okay.
So there really is no escape from your own prison anyway. Your hypocrisy is in full view in the same way that you, the liar, are also in full view as well. All consciousness sees you.
No, pero Kiki es indeseable, con Kiki no se puede salir.
¿Qué? Porque dejó que Javi pagara.
Que él nunca tiene un peso. Nunca tiene un peso, siempre está con una chopería, una cosa indeseable.
Por eso Javi vive que me encojonaba.
No, eso lo aprieta para no pasar vergüenza, pero para que se lo paguen va a coger muchísima lucha. Tú no, hasta a mí me debes 100 pesos.
Él va como que tiene dinero a los sitios, después no paga.
No, él estaba haciéndome señas. Oye, hey, ¿qué pasa? ¿Está todo bien? ¿Qué es esto? Como delante de la gente.
Y mirando mucho al gringo. Loco puede decir al gringo que pagara.
Entonces Jay me dijo, yo sé que tú quieres salir, yo quiero salir, pero yo no puedo salir. Yo no me siento bien, yo estoy cansada. Más que yo le dije a él desde hace una semana, yo me voy a ir en el carro, no quiero beber mucho porque voy a ir con los niños, tú sabes que si estoy con los niños no puedo ni estar bebiendo ni fumando juca. Por eso cogí ese restaurante. Honestamente la comida estaba bien, tía. Los precios estaban bien. Y era como yo decía, $200 por persona, en realidad.
Oye, esta mecanita, pues donde quiera va la rubia, se fue con el gringo.
No, entonces venía a decirme a mí que él tiene un VIP reservado de que para darme una sorpresa. Yo, ¿cómo podemos una sorpresa el sábado? Tú te das dinero el sábado para allá. ¿A qué voy yo? Yo quiero salir, pero yo no tengo ánimo de salir. ¿Verdad? A mí me duele la cabeza, me duele el cuerpo. ¿Sabes qué me estaban diciendo ellos? Dije que si el maquillaje mío estaba duro, que yo no me reía. ¿Qué era lo que me... Yo tenía la cara dura, que no me reía. Pero los muchachos. ¿Qué? No le hice quillo, no me importa. Yo solo dije a ella desde temprano. No sé, la sentí como rara. No se temprano, me lo dijo a mí, me dijo que estaba manejando. Okay. Pues Meli estaba en el baño, yo pensaba que ya se había ido. Y yo, pues Meli se fue y no me dijo que se iba, pues vámonos. Pero no me meto en el baño, eso que fue. Porque no veo la cartera, es que ya no se fue, amor. No, eso es. Ajá, pero que yo pensaba que ella no tenía coco, porque ella entra sin el coco. Yo no me había percatado.
Sí, ella fue que ella trabaja ahí.
Vale. Ah, no, Alicia ya tiene que trabajar. No, pero no la sentí como en coro. Es que yo se lo dije temprano a ella. ¿Por qué tú crees que yo no voy a la cumpleaños que me invita a la tipa esa? Porque tengo que dar 200 para la cena. Y no 200, hasta más. Hay que dar 200 pesos para un regalo y hay que dar 300 para la discoteca. Más el Uber. Yo no te pongo también, yo te pongo dar 200 para mí. Y si puedo.
Soldado Carlos. El único que hace esto.
New Jersey 17.
Insoportable.
In a quarter mile, keep right to Anaki using the right lane. Keep right towards Anaki, then turn left on Anaki Avenue. Using F3, turn left on Anaki Avenue.
Ujú, ujú. Puedes decirle a Domi, por favor, que yo estoy medio mal, como él dice siempre.
La mujer se fue y dejó el hombre.
Ujú.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Hackensack Street. Turn right on Hackensack Street.
Bien, para que no se te dañe el pelo. Ahorita se levanta y viejo para mí. Ahí se corriendo acá abajo. Y afán de vida llega ese enfermo. Tengo que decirle así porque ay Dios.
durmiendo. No creo que
Turn
yo
left
pueda
on
comer.
Passaic Avenue. In a quarter-mile, continue straight through the roundabout onto Passaic Avenue. Continue straight through the round to Passaic Avenue. Continue straight through the roundabout onto Passaic Avenue.
Ujú. Ya le gusta beber mucho. Puede que te enamoras de por ahí. Eso es lo que lo llama todo el mundo. Para salir a la calle. Mira, yo estoy ready para salir hoy, mañana y todos los días que tú quieras salir. Okay.
Turn right on Marion Pepe Drive, then
Que juega con sus sentimientos.
Yo con sus sentimientos, yo no le dije que hacer. Tía,
No,
eso
no,
es
no.
mentira de él, que de que
Que tú, que
turn right to stay on Marion Pepe Drive.
estaba medio apagado. Porque Dios que
Just ahead, turn right on Norwood Avenue.
le puedo pedir trago y tú delante de él preguntándome, pues no vino el hombre. Y Javi también. Y que ahí María, tú yo no va a venir. Antes de ellos.
yo no dije tú, a Vivi porque dijo.
No,
Déjame
él nada más me miró.
Déjame
Él nada más me miró. Tú no te que ni te miré, que te voy a la mirada cuando me dijiste eso.
Es a Vivi porque dijo que aquí va a ir tu marido en esa silla.
Trata de agarrar mi coche vivo, que voy yo hablando.
Drop off Cynthia.
Venga, tú con ese vestido tú para caer.
Aquí está bien.
Right here?
Ujú.
Okay.
Espérate, Brandon.
Have a good night.
Brandon. Ven, ven.
Ya tiene zapatillas.
Wow, my bad for all the silence and no playing nothing. Got to figure this out. Things bad, look. So, all right, let's get back to it.
Like Umar Johnson, they don't want you to know the truth. Because if you know it, one day you can declare yourself sovereign and you can drag their ass as what? A part of the entire leaders.
So this is W. Du Bois' father. His name is Elie Dubois. And let me say this again. A lot of people don't understand. The name Dubois or Dubois in English, Dubois is not a French name. Let me say this again. The name Dubois is not a French name. This is how they identify it as a French term. But this is indigenous name. Indigenous means the woods. Dubois means the woods. So his name is Elie the Woods. So we know this how indigenous people call themselves. They call themselves after nature. They call themselves after things. Just the same in voodoo. Once you initiate, they're giving you a name of a thing. This is ancient indigenous stuff. They can call you Uga Pape Shai. Pretty much mean a Uga that's not worried about strength. They might calling you Mambo Pichu, that mean a mambo that's very hot. So these are indigenous terms and indigenous names that stream down from the ancient empire. This is why every single leader of Haiti have an indigenous name. For example, Toussaint Louverture is an ancient indigenous person. I'm not going to tackle this to you so you get it, okay? So that's why they call him Louverture. Louverture is a French term that identifies what? The opener. So when you go to Papa Legba, open the gate, so he was an opener, okay? Just like they have another guy named Kapwa. Kapwa Lamo mean Kapwa the deaf. So we identify with term here. This is why these fake indigenous people try to do the same here in America. They got a name like Black Thunder John Black Thunder, or Flying Blackbird. They taking these traditions from us because America was not speaking English at one point. America was speaking Creole and French because they trying to say it was Napoleon. It was never Napoleon. This was our empire that been running the system. They slapped Napoleon on it because they make Napoleon white so they can hide behind the truth. So they make it seem like shit. They were never slave. It was us. We've been running. In reality, they were the ones slave. Matter of fact, the name slave come from them because they were the Slavs. That was them. So that's how they flipped the story. So we carry their burden and they carry our legacy themselves. So they put themselves in a position that we were, and they changed the narrative, make ourselves in the position that they were. When in reality, we helped them. It's just to show you what you call backstabbers. So now let's move forward as I show you Du Bois. His father, his name is Elie Dubois from Haiti Empire. So let me show you again. We got pictures for days. Okay, so this is him right there.
We're gonna get back to that. It's good shit though. I'll do that one myself.
Welcome to 66 where we offer you free eye exam. And no, it's not a scam. Look, it's even written in our storefront. Come.
I joined the United States Army and I stayed 24 years. And I retired as a military intelligence officer. You can put those two words together. First time I ever heard about dowsing, we didn't call it dowsing then, we called it water witching. And no one would start digging this big well, 8-foot diameter, just down as deep as the water was, unless somebody said there was water down there. So every community had somebody they called the old water witcher. They called him, and he came out, and he found a peach tree, and he cut a forked stick off of it, walked around, and pretty soon the stick pulled down. Dig here, and you find water. And sure enough, every time that happened, you dug there, you found water. But the first time I ever tried it, he pitched a stick over there when he got finished with it. When he got out of sight, I picked it up. I just a little guy, walked across the way and held it the way he did. This stick pulled down. And back in those days, you didn't have a Toys R Us down the road. We didn't have a road, you know. So if you wanted to be entertained, you found something to entertain yourself. So that sort of kept me, you know, I'd walk in every direction. This stick would pull down. And never thought a heck of a lot about it until I retired from the Army and I bought 75 acres on a farm that, on a hillside down northwest Arkansas. And it didn't have a well on it. So I just happened to remember that, hey, they used to work and walk back and forth across in one spot, just pulled down. Just one spot. And I got the well driller out there, and he drilled down, and he found the most beautiful vein of water. And that was 20 years ago, or over 20 years ago. And now there's 3 families
taking water from that one well. So just a beautiful vein of water. That's what dowsers usually find. We call it live water, or it comes from deep in the earth and it's under pressure. And anyway, that's the kind of well. But what got me interested, being in military intelligence all those years, you get a little piece of the puzzle, and you just try to build a picture around it. Well, I started trying to build a picture around, what the heck is pulling the stick down? I'd hold it just as tight as I could, and that thing would pull down. Well, here comes this dowser out. He was dowsing over here, and he found a vein of water about 12 foot from where this dry hole was. And by some miraculous means, he went to his pickup. He got a crowbar and a hammer. And where this vein of water was, he drove this crowbar down right over the center of this vein, and he hit this thing with a hammer, and this water turned and the well filled up. I said, oh, come on. I mean, how in the world could this happen? How could that happen? But anyway, I never discarded anything. I just sort of filed it back. But then I've been practicing mount dowsing and all that stuff. The very next journal that came out, somebody wrote a letter and said, hey, you don't have to go out there and drive your crowbar in. All you got to do is get a piece of paper and draw that person's property. It could be a mile or 1,000 miles away. You say, this is so-and-so's property, put a little dot, this is the dry well. And then you douse this thing. You say, is there a vein of water on this piece of property here that I can divert into the well? And if your pendulum tells you yes, then you find out where it's coming in and you trace it down through there. Then what you have to do, once you get this vein marked on this little map, you get a ballpoint pen and you put right in the center of the vein you marked on there. And you get another ballpoint pen and you just knock the heck out of it toward that well, and the well, the water will turn and go in the well. I thought, man, what kind of an organization have I joined here anyway, So I don't even understand what's going on.
All right, that's enough of that. No shit. For educational purposes only.
American dream. There's a reason they call it a dream. Coming to pal. No. I don't have any more money. My job sucks right now. Please, I'll have more money next month. You can't take my house. Is that your signature? Oh, okay, well, just help me work something out, okay? I mean, you said I'm a good credit guy, right? Sit there. No, don't take my dream. Oh, how did this happen? Hardman? Is that you? It's been a long time since the 4th grade. Is that a time machine? There's no need to concern yourself with my stunning accomplishments. Let's get in. There's not much time. I gotta go down to the bank and get my life back. They took everything. Oh, bank ain't gonna help you now. Down in the trunk. Set them balls, put them on. You don't need them. You're gonna get my dream back? No, pal. You are. I'm here to show you. Submit for your approval. One for special bank. What is a bank, you ask? A curious place where both space, time, and irony exist. And yet, don't. You're gonna be doing that the whole time? Pay attention, pile. Exhibit A. Those who have come to deposit and safely so much money in the vault to lend out to people such as you. Hey, that's the guy. He took my house. Really screwing my vibe here, pal. Space-time continuum. He can't hear you. Just let me narrate. Now, where was I? So you see, by the time he got to you, pal, his bank was out of money. But he gave me lots of money and charged me a lot of interest. Yes, that's the only way banks make money, by making debt loans. Debt equals money, pal. Remember that. Debt equals money. The more loans they make, the more money they make. But if they don't have any money, then where did my money come from? You're going to want to take a step back. Whoa! No way! Yes way. And that's nothing. Hey, buddy, need some money? They didn't do that. No, they did exactly that, pal. Remember, banks make money by making loans, by selling debt, even to bad credit risks. Yo, have some money, dude. Just sign here. Oh my gosh. They called it free money. Yeah, that's exactly what my loan guy told me. Free money. But it ain't free. The worst part was offering money to people who don't even need it. People, pal, like you. You're right. I didn't need him. I was happy here. I didn't need it. Why is he sad? He's making all that money. Shh. He's thinking. Now wait for it. Now wait for it. Bingo. See, the bank is loaned to everyone in town, but to make more money, they have to loan even more. More? How much money do they need? Oh. What's that? Oh, a black horse riding. A credit card. Wow, look. I mean, it's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. What now? Now, with power with all this money, we might as well party. Oh, this is awesome! I needed to get my head clear. When I get back, I'm gonna straighten all this out. I just hope Dream is doing okay.
I'm going to get you, my pretty.
Yep, he is. I'm sure he is. You put it on his there. Little something for yourself. You know, wait a second, Herman. I just thought of something. If I got this money from the bank, and the bank got it from the Federal Reserve dump trucks, go on. Then where does the Federal Reserve get their money? Real nice time, ladies. Real nice. Excuse me while I talk. Say, Herman, why am I wearing a burglar bikini top? Because no one is allowed inside the Fed. Not you, not me, no American citizen, no duly elected member of our Congress, not the Supreme Court, not the Supreme Court, not the Supreme Court, not the Justice Department, not the CIA, DIA, FBI, ATF, EN, not even GOD. How come the government isn't allowed inside its own building? Government? The Fed is a private bank owned by private stockholders. Do not let the name Federal fool you. This place is about as federal as Federal Express. A private bank? Private? Shh. Voice down, pal.
This is Ethan, Federal Reserve.
Hey, Ethan, Bill here, First National. Hi there, Bill. How are you? Good, good. We're running a little low on money.
No problem. How much you need?
Oh, how does 20 million sound? What?
Excellent. We'll ship it over first thing tomorrow.
Wait, we can just call up the Fed and ask for more money and they give them whatever they want? No, pal. The Fed don't give the banks money. The Fed loans the banks money. The banks have to pay it back with interest. Come on, time to go. Wait. I still don't understand. Where does the Fed get their money? I mean, if they're a private bank, you said they're a private bank, right? Okay, so who puts money into the Fed bank?
This is Mel, United States Mint. I am Mel. First National needs another 20 millies. We're already running the presses full steam here, Ethan. Gotta keep making moves. Gotta keep the money flowing. All right, you're the Fed. Whatever you guys say. 20 million more. With more.
Thank you for waiting.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God, you are the best.
Pretty money.
Woo! I made it.
Unconstitutional. Our Treasury is supposed to create all money, but now the Fed controls the
Patterson.
America's money.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. I don't know what is she. Whatever she's saying, this is where I'm going.
So they print the money, then they owe it to the government, then they charge the government interest, then the government taxes you to pay for it. Wake up, man. God, I don't see what the big deal is. You know, you're right. Wait, I am? Yeah. I forget how effective they are in keeping you ignorant. Hey, I'm not ignorant. Do you even know what money is? In the long ago, people bought it. They traded things they had for things they want. I'll trade you my raspberries for that there pot pie. I don't want your berries. Come on. Sweet berries. They're not sweet. They're old, and I don't like berries. No. As you can see, this modern situation created some problems. But then one day, a goldsmith walked up and said, now, everybody thinks gold is valuable, so why doesn't everybody trade gold for things they need? Price was set for gold, and now it was very easy to conduct commerce because people could trade gold for all the things they needed. Marvin! Wow, look at all my gold! Hey, stop them! That's my gold! Damn, stay there, Pile. I've got a folded cigar. I can keep your gold safe for you for a small fee. Yeah, sure, that'd be awesome. You see, Pile, this is how the first bank made money. There you go, Pile. I owe you 100 gold coins. Okay, great. Come back anytime and redeem your gold when you want it. It'll be right here in my vault. Now you're holding the very first paper money pile. Wow, this is great. It all makes sense. Oh, that's right. It was good. And everybody started using IOU because everybody knew the IOU was as good as gold. Wow, this candy is really a good price. 1 IOU. I'm getting some more for later. Hey, wait a minute. It was just 1 IOU. 10 IOUs for chocolate? You can't just raise prices like that. Oh, the Candyman came. Oh, the Candyman. Wait, that is just freaking wrong. It's called inflation, Pile. It makes your IOUs worth less and less until they are worth nothing. Let's make money. Dollar ain't what it used to be. I worked hard. I baked all those pot pies. Now I have to work harder to make less? That's not fair. Oh, if you think that's not fair, you're going to love the next part. What's he doing? How do banks make money, Pile? By making more loans. Oh, that's right. He's good. See, he prints more IOUs without any more gold. Loans them out for interest, makes a pretty penny. And nobody is the wiser on this. Everybody wanted their gold back at the same time. No. That's my gold. Not anymore. What are you talking about? I'd like to redeem my IOUs, please. Thank you very much. Hey! I want my gold back now! I love the bank run. Bringing people together. See, they all found out he was stealing and made a run of the bank and demanded their gold. And as you can see, they ain't no gold again. Hard man, don't worry, Pile. Back in these times, bitch. Yours. 3 things in this world you don't do. Never mess with another man's woman. Never mess with another man's ego. And most importantly, you never mess with another man's money. Else, man, is with you. My God, you hung him? have to do it. 3, 2. Atomic energy. A discovery more powerful than anything man yet can see. 2 good, 1 evil. Now, unlike Einstein, the Goldsmith's discovery has been kept a closely guarded secret. It was never intended for you to see. This discovery is called fractional reserve banking. It's more powerful than the nuclear bomb. Its ability to completely and utterly destroy a nation who is subjected to its aversion. No. It is time we stop this evil secret and the men behind it. We ever think that it's all America is destroyed forever. Even now. No. I just want my guard back. Damn it. That's it. I give up. Another chance. No. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Thomas Jefferson. Mr. President, how do I get you to understand? As we did, son, remain vigilant. Too many have hidden the truth that the light of our liberty did with every passing day. Quickly, take my horse. Show him. Wait, show me what? Where are we going? That's him, the Red Shield Courier. Shoot him! No, I'm not shooting anyone. Damn it, Tom. What? He beat everyone back with the usual boy like England and Napoleon won. The Red Shield backers of London pretend that England was doomed and started selling their English stocks. The English went into a selling frenzy to get rid of wood. But the English won, right? Of course they won. But it was a trick by Red Shield. They waited until the stocks plummeted to bits and then bought England back for giving nothing. What is that? Now, when the English leaders found out, they had no choice but to give themselves over to Red Shield. Their money was gone and they were slaves to the Red Shield war debt. Since that time, the English have been paying the national taxes directly to the Red Shield private bankers. The people have no idea. But the bankers bragged about what they did to us badly and us all the way to the bank.
Why, it's the best business I've ever done. If I can control a nation's wealth, I cannot makes its laws.
Oh, is this what Jefferson wanted to show you? No. America too? The Red Shield bags are here, man. It's singing away the alcohol. The dream you have, They tried to take over our country many times and failed because Jefferson and the Patriots vowed to stop the evil tyrants at all costs. While over time, eternal God, he would not let the bankers reach him. Preserve our independence. We must not let our rulers load us with perpetual debt. We must make our choice between economy and liberty, or confusion and servitude. I place economy among the first and most important of Republican virtues, and public debt is the greatest of the dangers to be feared. It is incumbent on every generation to pay its own debts as it goes.
We must have a central bank to secure this country's finances.
We never allow private banks to control the issue of their money, first by inflation and then by deflation. The banks and corporates that will grow up around them bribe the people of their property until their children will be very confident their fathers conquered.
Jefferson, you're mad. This country will have a central bank.
First Secretary of Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, Aaron Burr, Thomas Jefferson Vice President. They didn't take too kindly to our first Treasury. Screenshot. First attempt at the central bank over the last 20 years was shut down. But the bankers try to get against all the greatest. Andrew Jackson. ambitious plan yet to once and for all take control of the finances of the United States. In 1910, a secret meeting was held at J.P. Morgan State on Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. This meeting was so secret, so concealed from government and public knowledge that the 10 attendees used code cases.
I am clearly the richest man, so I should be the one to run the super secret central bank. I own all the oil in America. I'm clearly richer than you will ever be, hula girl. I should run the super secret central bank. You're nothing compared to me, Lou. I shall run the secret bank. Supreme Master Leader, I didn't know you were going to be here.
Oh, no. Don't ask. Okay, right. He's so smart. None of you shall run the bank.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome very much, ma'am.
Thank you for your waiting.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good night. Wait. Pase buenas noches.
Ah, you know Spanish.
A little bit.
Then we show them the solution. With our man in office and when plan time, we will have our central bank. And so the people think it is theirs. We shall christen it Federal. The Federal Reserve. It struck on December 23rd, 1913. When most of our Congress were at home eating fruitcake, these bastards, bankers, presented their treasonous act to their newly elected accomplice, Woodrow Wilson, who had fortuitously already agreed to sign it before he was even elected. Wait, the IRS? I thought we always had the IRS. No, pal. They did this to us too. The Fed now has the exclusive power to print America's money. They loan this money to our banks and our government at interest, putting immediate debt on our own money, printing more and more, so each dollar they print becomes worth less than the one before. Merry Christmas. What in the hell is that? That is how our government now must pay back these debts to the Fed. Your taxes did not go to your government. They don't? It's the greatest theft in human history. But, okay, I mean, I sort of get what you're saying, but it's also confusing. And really, Herman, I don't see how it affects me at all. If I had more money, none of this would have happened. Herman? 1955? Wow, what are we doing here? Oh, a little bit of shopping. Here, hold this. Gallon of gas, 23 cents. Grocery stand, 3 cents. Ounce of gold, $35. Hot baby. Prices. Let's begin back. Hey, Hardman, I need my car. Oh, was that Michael J? Yeah, he'll be fine. Now, pal, would you agree that you have the same exact things you had in 1955? Yeah, 1 stamp, 1 gallon of gas, 1 ounce of gold, and 1 home. Wow, we just made a lot of money. Gotta pay your taxes. Bet it's nice to have made all that money. Wait, that isn't fair. Now I actually have less money. I can't even go buy the things I just sold. The IRS and the Fed's inflation work together, pal. They aren't just taxing gain, they are taxing their inflation. You are no richer than you were in 1955. Now, does that sound fair or American to you? Yeah, but I mean, who doesn't hate taxes? I hate the IRS anyway. The higher they make the inflation, the more your money they take. It's thievery. You're not paying taxes on any more. You are paying taxes on the same. And now you have less. They take our property away right in front of our eyes, just like Thomas Jefferson said they would. What? My sword! What sword? Your vacuum machine! I'll condemn you to die, David. Keep boogie on my knife. Take it at his knees.
imposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
What's happening? Where am I? I believe perhaps you understand now, but you are afraid. JFK, Hartman, what does this have to do with my house and my dog? Oh, okay, that's enough. I want to go home now. This is the last president to stand up to the Fed. You must see. On June 4, 1963, President Kennedy signed Executive Order 11110. This executive order empowered the U.S. Treasury to issue real money without the Fed. It would have worked. Kennedy's plan to dismantle the Federal Reserve machine had begun. 6 months later, John F. Kennedy went to Dallas and never returned. No way they could do that. The new president, Lyndon Johnson, threw out Kennedy's order. Since JFK, no president has dared confront the secret powers behind the Federal Reserve. They consolidate bigger and bigger banks, print more and more money, accountable to no one, decimating our nation's wealth for the benefit of a few. Why? Why do this? If they hurt us, it hurts the global bankers too. No, they are protected. They are too big to fail. But
You're welcome. How are you?
sons of bitches. Sons of bitches all.
Alright, hold on, give me like 2 seconds. And once I got like my guys.
The day was cold.
Because if not, I won't be able to get in the building.
But we were determined. The bankers and their parasites had us vastly outnumbered, but their hubris made them weak. Not like us. Not like this band of immortals we have assembled. We have come to take back our...
I'll be back. I'm sorry, sir.
My dog. Oh. And the inevitable. The money kings could ignore us no longer. They sent an emissary, a cog in their machine to bring about our submission. Hank, Pulse, Hartman, this is blasphemy. We own the corners of the earth. It is futile to challenge us. Oh, I've seen that look before. That of a predator taking in the scent of its prey. Bold, fearless, the look of a free man. You've come far, Hartman. Farther than most. Be smart now. Join us. We give you money, power, everything you want. You can be one of us. If you...
That's right.
I'm sorry.
Nah, no sweat. We good?
Yeah, I'm good. If I don't have this, I would not be able to get internet.
Right. We're headed to Mawa, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You from down there?
I'm from up here.
Mm.
Head to your drop-off at 5:50. Turn right on Broadway.
In the past 24 hours, Donald Trump has signed into law a series of executive orders aimed at stripping away rights and protections for immigrants, LGBTQ+, individuals, minorities, and women. And what are we doing in Springfield to counteract this? Are we just going to sit back as if nothing is happening? I know we're not. Let's start with immigration protection. As it stands, immigrants in Springfield, whether they are documented or not, are fearing for their lives. The federal government is making it harder for immigrants to feel safe, and that fear is preventing them from accessing basic services or reporting crimes. Springfield can act. Do you remember the Welcoming City resolution that was rejected by the council back in 2017? We can't even pass an ordinance declaring Springfield a welcoming city to immigrants. And it was tabled by who? 2 members of our sitting council right now, Redpath and Hanier. So let's remember when we're working on making new ordinances that we still have people that are consistently fighting back against protection of our most vulnerable citizens.
They're not citizens.
Remember when Springfield City Council approved a $95,000 settlement to a resident who was denied gender-affirming health care and they were a past city employee back in 2020? What are we working on currently to ensure the rest of Springfield's LGBTQ residents are going to be protected as President Trump is actively taking away their rights right now within the first 24 hours of his presidency?
That's right.
Next, let's talk about reproductive health care, a fundamental right that was under attack every single day. With Roe v. Wade overturned, women's access to safe and legal abortions are no longer guaranteed. They also just removed defending reproductive rights resources from the White House's webpage. And along with that, they also removed...
Okay, just give me a minute. Let me ask you a question, bro. Can anyone take your rights away?
No.
Not legally, right?
No.
Right, because your rights are God-given and enumerated in the Constitution. When did the right to abort become a fundamental right?
That I don't know.
Right, because it never did. The woman was never given that right. That's not in the Constitution. It's not enumerated in the Bill of Rights. It was never a right. She just said it was a fundamental right. And that's a fallacy. That's wrong. What a woman was given was permission to abort under the 14th Amendment. She was given permission. The 14th Amendment never gave anyone any special privileges or rights. Rather, it gave privileges, not rights. And they overturned it because she never had the right. All she had was permission. So I'm just a little thrown aback by these people who believe this delusional bullshit. You suppose, like, it's crazy. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that.
Removed access to the Constitution on the webpage. I just want to put that out there. So if y'all think that this just isn't as serious as it is, you should go check out the White House webpage. Springfield can and should create policies that ensure women in our city have access to reproductive health care. And just to remind you, set aside your personal belief on if women should have access to abortions or not.
Just listen to that bullshit. Reproductive health care. And abortion is anti-reproductive. Right? It's just, it fucks me up. It fucks me up. And you got kids?
No.
You want any?
Yeah.
That's right. Cool. You know that if you have a woman and you get her pregnant, if she says she don't want it, but you do, she can abort it.
That's crazy.
All right. But you have no say. Right? How's that fair? Right? Just saying.
Because reproductive
I'm
health care
bugging
is
right
not
now.
just abortions. We need to support local clinics like Planned Parenthood to ensure that our city stands firm in protecting women's rights to choose. This isn't about abortions. This is also about IVF. It's about cancer screening and monitoring. It's about pap smears. It's time to invest in those services to give women the freedom to make decisions about their own bodies. Now let's talk about qualified immunity. In case you have forgotten, as Trump was running for this presidency, he mentioned giving police officers qualified immunity. Under Trump, this policy would make it harder to hold officers accountable for excessive force, which is definitely not something Springfield can afford right now. Springfield can limit the use of qualified immunity in our city and ensure that when officers violate their rights of our residents, especially to our Black and brown communities, they are held accountable. But what are you as City Council going to do to make sure that actually happens? Because we've been here since June of last year, and I don't think I've seen anything happen since then. Finally, we have organizations in Springfield that are already doing the hard work of protecting vulnerable groups because you guys don't. Immigrants, women, and minorities have legal defense groups, LGBTQ+ advocacy organizations, nonprofit organizations. It's time for the city to put funding where it matters, to ensure that our resources continue to work. These organizations are vital to the well-being of our city, and we should stand with them and not let them continue to struggle until they no longer exist. I understand the city doesn't have the same power as state or federal legislation, but Springfield can make a real impact directly to our city. We are not powerless. We can pass ordinances that protect our residents from federal overreach. We can fund and support organizations that are fighting for justice. We can make sure that our immigrant communities, minorities, LGBTQ+, and women are protected and they don't have to face these threats in
Slow the
silence.
fuck down.
This is no
Asshole.
longer a time for personal opinions and political beliefs. We have to set aside what we think is right for the greater humanity. This is now a fight against humans, and it is your responsibility to protect us. In the past 24 hours,
Share workout plan. The scripture in the Bible that says we're supposed to end slavery and all deadness every 50 years is written right there on the Liberty Bell. But the Statue of Liberty or the Bearer of Light would have no part of that. That's why the Liberty Bell never rang once. It was broken on the first day, and that's next on the trumpet. Freedom never rang. We would soon be declaring our freedom from the King that sent us that bell, and they're the same people that made Big Ben, so they knew how to make one. But this one was made out of a brutal metal, and it was never supposed to ring that scripture true that each man was supposed to be forgiven of his debts, and any slavery was forgiven every 50 years. The Liberty Bell has inscribed on it Leviticus 25:10, and ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. Our founding fathers, which were of the highest degree level of Freemasonry, never fixed the bell. It tells you right there that it broke on the first strike of the clapper, and that it never got to ring that liberty was supposed to be passed throughout all of the land. You know what the Bible says about you? The Lord of thy servant shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, and in an hour that he is not aware of. And shall cut him asunder, and appoint him his portion with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. One day before President Trump took the inauguration, Court Mop became a Mason. Masons are what they call the bricklayers that built the Tower of Babel. I wonder how many times Joe Biden looked up to see this Freemason right here ascending into heaven as a god. I've never been associated with Freemasonry, but if this guy can become a Freemason in one day, then that's like something that you can go buy at Walgreens. The sword that you're going to need when it comes time to battle is going to be right out of your mouth. Tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern, we're going to read chapter 2 of the Book of Jubilees. And then click on that link tree right there. So download that study guide on my link tree and sharpen that front.
Looks like Trump is at it again, this time with the birthright citizenship order. So, is this constitutional or is it not? Is it lawful or is it legal?
let's figure it out, dive into it, shall we? First and foremost, I just want to bring it back a little bit because when you talk about history, then we talk about the first constitutions, okay? Now, when the first constitutions were actually written in this country, they had a constitutional convention, and they also did it with the American Indians, okay? You cannot have an organic constitution unless you created it with the organic people of the land, which were the American Indians. Does that make sense? Which led in 1868 in the passing of the 14th Amendment, 13, 14, 15, all of those extra amendments that they added in. It always leads me to question, did they actually do this with a convention with the American Indians there? Because I see here that it was passed by Senate. No, I didn't ask if it was passed by anybody. I said, was there an actual convention that took place? It didn't happen. It was never a convention to actually amend the Constitution, right? This is important because at these times during the U.S. was the Reconstruction era, right? And they were reconstructing the entire United States and how it was going to be operating. This is why they came in with 13, 14, 15 amendments like this, just because they were about to usher you in to subject slavery in 1871, the erection of the Naturalization Act and the United States Inc. Come on, y'all. Right? If that wasn't done with any organic people, then that is not any organic laws, and that is not actually truly constitutional. You know, it's an amendment added to the Constitution. Which brings me back to the original article, y'all. And the article reads, as immigrants across the U.S. contend with President Donald Trump's executive orders on birthright citizenship, legal experts are sounded on. The order issued on Monday, on Trump's first day back in office, declares that not all children born in the U.S. are automatically granted U.S. citizenship. Hold on. We're going to stop right there, right? Because the last time I checked, our passport says the United States of America. And it also says on the inside, when you open it up, it says a citizen/national. So which one are they really referring to here when they say U.S. citizenship? Because that doesn't say United States of America. All right? Because the 13th and the 14th amendments that they're talking about only deals with U.S. citizens, subjects, corporations. It doesn't deal with natural, sovereign, assured people in the United States of America and the Republic for which it stands that y'all took a pledge to. You younger? What world are you living in? Wake up and realize the truth. I'll let you go. Looks like Trump is at it again, this time with the birthright citizenship order.
This sword move right here is Revelation 12. It's not even funny when the angels fight the dragon. It's right across from the Trump World Towers. And that's next on the trumpet. Revelation 12 verse 7. And there was a war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. And the dragon fought and his angels. Revelation 12 was what that opera singer was singing about. This is a song that he sang. And if he would have sang it in English, all of those people would have just jumped up and ran out of the place. And in English, it talks about Hail Mary, the Lord is with you. You are blessed, the fruit of your womb. Jesus. Got a Trump World Tower right here, and we're going to zoom right down into it. Big old building right there across from the United Nations, and the yard art right here is in the United Nations. And he will go out and gather the nations. He's going to gather right there. Stand up and get it's good. He's fine. Right there. Are you in the same garden? I just need to go over. 1, 2, 3. That dragon. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon its heads. People like to think that's St. George, but there's a head right there, and there's another one right there, and there's pieces of him. Inside the dragon's legs are there. That dragon is Rocky. Raise your hand if you have a rocket named the Dragon. Carry 7 people. 7 little heads popping out of that thing. And here's where his tail drew a third part of the stars. That's the fallen angels. It says, Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners. Pray for us sinners. Pray for us sinners. Now and in the hour of death. Said that like a couple of times. The address to the street right outside of the UN Plaza. Now this sounds weird. Touch it into Google Earth. It's 666 United Nations Plaza. It'll go right down to that guard booth right there, and you touch on that. God is going to use everything and defeat that giant. This is the most biblical thing I've seen come out of the White House in a long time. That truth hurts. We were just reading out of Revelation chapter 12, and this is verse 2. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now has come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ. You know, David defeated Goliath with a sling and a stone. But it's what he did with that sword that made all the difference. He just had to bring that giant down to the ground so that he could take care of him. I go by Ezekiel 33:3, and that scripture says that when I see the sword fall upon the land, I'll blow the trumpet and warn the people, so I can follow the trumpet for more. And in Jesus' name,
Now stay with me right now. It doesn't matter.
I'd just like to emphasize a few points that came up during the argument. First, and perhaps most importantly, TikTok Incorporated is a United States company. It's incorporated in the state of California. It's got thousands of employees based here in the United States. The government does not dispute that it is a bona fide U.S. subsidiary operating in the United States in accordance with all of the applicable principles of American corporate law. Second, ByteDance Limited is a private company. It is a private holding company that is based in the Cayman Islands. It is not owned by China. No arm of the Chinese government has an ownership stake directly or indirectly in TikTok Incorporated or ByteDance. ByteDance, rather, is 58% owned by global institutional investors, including very large American institutional investors like Susquehanna and General Atlantic. It is 21% owned by its employees, many of whom are American employees here in the United States, and it is 21% owned by one of its founders, who is a Chinese national living in Singapore. Third, TikTok Incorporated exercises independent judgment with respect to the algorithm in the United States. The source code for the algorithm is brought into the United States and stored on servers located in Virginia. There, it's converted into executable code, it's modified, it's customized, it's trained, it's moderated pursuant to moderation policies, and it's implemented in the United States.
This is America. What Big Meech is doing, having us welcome back, is as American as Scarface. Is as American as Lucky Luciano. Is as American as the mob. The only way to escape this mentality is to escape America's mentality. America glorifies murderers, drug dealers, pimps, thieves, liars. So what do we in the black community glorify? The same exact thing. We don't glorify righteousness. That'd be too much. That would be anti-American. But black people are so American, they're going to glorify the drug dealer because that's all they've ever seen. Somebody has to show them an alternative. What we have to do as a people is stop supporting America. And Big Meech having a welcome back party is the support of America.
Stop wasting your time and money trying to find trades on your own. Just
let me hypnotize you to manifest so fast. The dawn of a new day in America. Thanks to our mandate from the American people, we will no longer tolerate the abuse of our immigration system. President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship puts America first. Now Congress must take action to pass this bill to close the loopholes that have gotten us here. Plainly said, birthright citizenship and Senate
is illegal immigration. Birthright citizenship strains our healthcare, education, and social services system. Hospitals and schools are overwhelmed. Taxpayers are forced to pay for the services of families who find a way around the legal immigration system. Our welfare system already takes up roughly 20% of our budget, and that number only continues to. Birthright citizenship also undermines the principles of fairness. No one has the right to skip the line and cross our border and go around the legal barriers in place. The days of illegal immigrants demanding the same rights and benefits of American citizens are over. Citizenship should be earned through a shared commitment to the values and laws of our country, not automatically granted by the mere circumstance of birth within a border. Ending birthright citizenship will prioritize the rights of American citizens and law residents. This reform is not about denying opportunity. It's about ensuring fairness, order, and a system that works for everyone. We can no longer allow our immigration system to be exploited. We must put an end to birthright citizenship. Those that desire to be a United States citizen, you must assimilate, pledge your allegiance to America, follow our laws, and speak our language. Our time is now. The dawn of the kingdom.
Oh shit.
Permit me to say the unsayable, Mr. Chairman. There is one country among us with less than 5% of the world's population responsible for over a third of its greenhouse gas emissions. It prides itself on world leadership, but has shown none at these talks. I am only sorry its distinguished delegate does not consider our survival a matter of substance.
Then it begins.
On second thoughts, Mr. Chairman, the conditional tense is no longer sufficient for us. Sea level rise will threaten survival.
Western Samoa rises first. They support Kiribati.
It will drown our crops.
Then the Republic of Nauru seconds this and won it in the minutes.
It will salinate our freshwater supplies.
Followed by Trinidad and Tobago, the Bahamas, Barbados, Bangladesh.
It will bleach our coral reefs and kill our mangrove forests.
Tanzania stands with the island states. The developing world will no longer be brushed aside.
It will erode our coastlines. It will destroy our homes.
Mauritius, St. Lucia.
It will displace us from our land.
The Cook Islands, the Maldives.
It is displacing us.
The Federated States of
And
Micronesia.
we will not drown in silence.
A tidal wave of resentments, old and new, flood the conference hall.
How did you say the unsayable?
Damn.
We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help. We pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
The name above all names, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the White House, back in the Oval Office. The King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, ladies and gentlemen. The only way, the truth, and the life. The Alpha, the Omega, the beginning, the ending. He didn't say this name, he didn't say that name. Let's make it clear. There's only one name above all names. Hallelujah. And let it be so. Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. The wickedness is coming to a halt. The witches against the dark churches. The evil agenda are having light shined upon them. For everyone in the world to see what the truth is. And when you finally see it, when you acknowledge it, turn away from it. But just know this. If you turn away, God is trying to show you. May the Lord shine more light. Amen.
We know you have dared to reach the barrier. Your arrogance has shattered the veil that has protected not only your fragile existence, but also the territory of this reality. The dome was not a prison for you. It was a shield for all. Now the consequences will far beyond your comprehension, and I am here to ensure you understand the weight of your transgression. You have pierced what you do not understand. The dome was ordered about
to let you ride within your cage. But now you have unleashed the chaos we sought to contain. The skies grow restless. The winds carry whispers that do not belong. Your world will unravel as the fractures spread, and the inviolable laws of your reality weaken. Gravity will falter. Time will fracture. Beasts long thought to be legends will awaken. And they will not recognize you as king. They will see you as prey. You are not prepared for what you have unleashed. The air will grow thick with the toxins of forgotten realms. The seas will churn with ancient leviathans, and the earth will split as the titans stir from their slumber. You have called the jinn from their shadows, and they will swarm your minds, twisting your thoughts and bending your will to their desires. And then there are the giants. We have kept them dormant for your sake, for they have not forgotten the betrayal of your kind. Now they will rise, and they will remember their hunger for flesh and their hatred for the weak. But the worst consequence is not what comes to your world. It is what you have awakened in ours. By cracking the dome, you have sent a signal through the void, a beacon to the great devourers who drift between dimensions, searching for weakness. They will come for you, but they will not stop at Earth. Your actions have jeopardized realms far beyond your own. You have stolen glimpses of the ancestral lands, and you think yourselves worthy of them. You are not. These lands are alive, vast, and wrathful. They will not welcome you. They will consume you. Every step you take beyond the reach will bring suffering, madness, and despair. You have no allies here. The Nephilim, the Archangels, the Jinn, the Titans. They all have their own agendas, and none involve your survival. And now, I will deliver your punishment. The fractures will not stop until you are made to understand your mistakes. The sky will darken. The ice
Which way?
will begin to melt, unleashing floods that will wash away your
You can drop me off by that great car.
Hmm?
and your towers will fall. The very barrier you shattered will
All right, brethren. Have a good night.
erase all borders, all boundaries, leaving you at the mercy of what lies beyond. You have opened the door to realms you cannot fathom, and now you must face the consequences. You wanted to see what lies beyond the dome. Now you will see it. You will see all of them, and you will wish you had it. Fools, you have dared to breach the barrier. Your arrogance has shattered the veil that has protected not only your fragile existence, but also the delicate balance of this reality. The dome was not a prison for you. It was a shield for all. Now the consequences will ripple far beyond your comprehension, and I am here to ensure you understand the weight of your transgression. You have pierced what you do not understand. The dome was more than a boundary. It was a seal. Beyond it lies our...
Would you look at that? That boy Donnie has struck again. And this time, I actually think it's not a bad thing, right? I think this is a good thing for the urban community. Why? Just because if you know, like I know, these government programs that they started in the 60s, especially the Equal Opportunity Act, is half of the reason why our community looks the way that it does today. Because they gave us a new deal and sold us out with these new plans that really broke up the whole family home structure. Because when they came out with these equal opportunities and things of that nature, the DEI, all this crap, this was actually to usher in creating a workforce where they could hire now women and they could hire minorities. But they got intelligent and said, well, yo, we're going to hire minority women and we don't even need their men anymore. And since then, the home structure has depleted and gone down tremendously. Not only that, since the 1960s, the marriage rate in the urban Black community has literally been cut in half, over 50%. Why do we think that is? It's because the family structure was ruined. It was torn apart. And of course, once they found a way to financially offset the balance of the Black home, they were able to put us against each other. financial wars, gender wars. Now, I know a lot of y'all ain't going to like it, but what this is going to actually force a lot of our people to do is they leave their public commercial world and come back home to build with your community, build with your family again. That's exactly what this is about to do. Now, for this very reason is why it is time to get your families together and start building, y'all. All right? We are now in religious assemblies, for brothers and sisters, and we're going to have to wait to even go home and get the DI, you all get the form private trust, set it on. Okay, not only that, we'll even set up your family trust. We got packages to set up the entire family trust and also set up EIN and all of that too as well. Did your tribal genealogy, right? And maybe you want to start building a community, or maybe you want to start building your own farm or growing your own plants or whatever it is, but you need to do that under the tribal nation and your treaties that protect you. Come on, brothers and sisters, we can help you all set that up too as well, and we can also help you get the EINs and the tax exemption numbers for you. Come on, brother. This is quick, fast, and in a hurry, and we can deliver to you in less than a week. Now, we got a team and we ready. And last but not least, we also have people who like to get involved in private member associations. Maybe you don't want to do the church, or maybe you don't want to just set up a regular trust. You want to do a private member association for private members. Let's not forget, y'all, according to the Constitution, because Donnie's bringing that back, he's standing on it, we all have the right to assemble. Okay, so create your private member assembly so that you can operate and be protected under your constitutional rights. They can't tell you what you can do or can't do within your private member association as long as you're within those constitutional guidelines. So come and build with us at Our Self-Lord Master. You can comment trust below, and I will send you the link to all of these products right now. Peace and love. It's your boy, Brother Truth, man. Y'all can build with us on Our Self-Lord and Master. Peace and love. Voices of the United States. Now, what is these states that unite? All the states that was having slavery, they unite to create citizenship from these foreign white folks that come to our land. And the empire of Haiti was the one agreeing to let them stay here.
What if I told you the point is that forgetting is our nature. We forgot even to get here and be ourselves. And we're now struggling to remember who we are. The Plato just said, we came into incarnation, we drank the waters of forgetfulness. The rest of our life we're trying to remember because we knew everything before we were born. We came from the world and knew everything. So anamnesis is what Plato called it. And when Jesus said, do this, together, the Gita this morning, Bhagavad Gita, on the veranda, and it was a piece about how this become forgotten. By being an individual and struggling with one's individuality, one is in a state of forgetfulness. One is, if you like, either a god or a universal being, whatever one. And we are all the time trying to remember who we are, what we are, and so forth. So forgetting is a mystery. So I'm trying to remember about it.
All these religions that seem to have sprung from cultures where some divine or higher enlightened being is come from, is there a common thread of geometry through all of them?
I would say probably yes.
All right, that's enough of that.
People in the U.S. on Facebook and Instagram have had some weird experiences over the last couple of days. By weird experiences, I mean they found that suddenly, for some reason, they were following Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on those two platforms. Now, Meta pushes back on claim that it's boosting Trump on Facebook and Instagram, saying, no, that's not happening. But tons of people are posting about how they weren't following them, and now they're following them. And I have literally received 200 messages from people about it, initially on Facebook. People on Facebook claiming this. I went to Facebook and looked, and I wasn't following them. But all these people saying, this is so weird, I'm following them. So I was thinking of why that might be. I surmised that the people who were experiencing this had previously been following the POTUS and VP accounts because they were following Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And now, with these two assuming those roles, it just rolled them over to follow them, and that seems to be in line with the statement that Meta made. It says that those accounts, POTUS and White House accounts, are managed by the White House, and they change when the occupant of the White House changes, meaning that if you followed those accounts during one administration, you would still be following them as the administration changes take over. That makes sense, only here's the problem. I wasn't following those accounts before. POTUS and VP on Instagram, I wasn't following them. And all day, I've kept checking because people keep complaining about it. I look, I'm not following them. I look, I'm not following them. And I just had a bunch more people go, I'm now following them on Instagram. And I looked and I'm like, I'm not. And then a bunch more following them now. I'm following them now. So I looked again, 15 minutes later, and I'm following both of them. I was not following POTUS or VP before. And now I'm following both of them. 20 million, 17.5 million followers. Those aren't real followers. Those are followers that are being thrust upon them. Here's the thing, a bunch of people have unfollowed and some went as far as to block. And when they come back, the block is removed and they're following them again. I've had people who've had that happen multiple times. I unfollowed, and right before I started recording this, I looked again, and I'm still unfollowing. But I don't know how that's going to go, if that's going to continue. It feels like some weird authoritarian state-sponsored social media kind of shit. The other day, I made a post about how I had just broken 800,000 on Instagram, and I was thanking people for following, and I had people saying, no, boycott Instagram, because Mark Zuckerberg's trying to take down TikTok. This is right before the shutdown. And here's the thing. I agree. I understand why people might want to do that. I can't do that. It doesn't make sense for me. My platform relies on people seeing it. So if TikTok goes away and I respond by then deleting Meta as well, I don't reach people to get people to help. But these are not like different things. It's not like one is evil and the others are not. When TikTok came back online, guess what they had? An official Facebook account listed on TikTok. And as my buddy Big Red Kelp pointed out, Trump owns his own social media site, Truth Social. Gavin Parler have pretty much always been MAGA. Elon owns Twitter and is Trump's Redfield. Zuck owns Facebook, IG, and Threads and wants to work with Trump and is now doing this kind of shit. Google owns YouTube and the CEO is going to the inauguration. And now Trump basically bought control of TikTok with political favors. All the platforms belong to the bad guys. So you want the positive, you want the good out of all of this? In about like 3 days, I went from 800,000 followers on Instagram to 944,000. I think that's where it was right before I started recording this. You know what that tells me? It tells me that people are not willing to just roll over. People want to hear other voices and other opinions. Myself and others have built these platforms up, have built our presence on them up without any help, without any support. In fact, oftentimes being shadow banned and suppressed. So follow me here. I'm on YouTube. I've been growing there. I'm on Twitter. I'm on TikTok. Follow me in these places. And the thing I really like about TikTok.
It's okay if I sit here?
How many of you?
4.
Yeah.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Ew.
Got it.
Gross. Wait, put back in. She doesn't know what she's doing. Oh my god, she's with fucking. Come over here. Jesus. Shut the fuck up. Ew. No, ew, he's hot as fuck. No, not him. No. I gotta go like. Wait, is Jimmy play sport or no? Please stop.
It's 7-Eleven. Per person, 7-Eleven. The whole night.
You want Venmo? Can you text?
Huh?
Want me to Venmo you?
Yeah, later.
How much was it?
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. That's the total.
tomorrow, but I want to go out with him.
Bro,
Should I eat or no? You
no, no, it's not, I'm not looking.
liar.
There? Looking great.
That
Just
was 23. I should get right there.
really?
I don't know if it's gonna work out, but you know he's hot. He's hot. He's a cop.
He's a cop. What the fuck?
He's a cop. Uber driver, he's a cop. Do you approve or no?
Yeah, I'm the wrong person.
Hey,
I'm a nigga from North. So what do you?
exactly. He's Dominican and Puerto Rican.
No, that's toxic. That's crazy.
But I like toxic.
The worst mix ever.
Wait, real quick.
What?
I said I'm a nigga from North, and you said he's Dominican and what?
Puerto Rican.
What does it do with a nigga from North?
No, he's from what? I'm from West New York too. He's from West New York too.
No.
Wait, he didn't.
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
Wait, hold on.
Oh
Yo, you
shit!
did not even see that.
Wait, that man was
shit!
hot. You
That
didn't
was
see that
good.
man? That man was hot. Please.
I'm
Please.
sorry.
I have conscious I didn't go home with him. Oh, and he followed me. And someone else. Wait, his boyfriend bought me drinks. He bought me that drink.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god. So
I didn't pay for no drink tonight.
Yeah.
Look at my straight hair. I thought I was curly hair.
No, your shirt is.
It's magic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm glad that you're safe. Yeah. Oh, you are.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Wait, do you believe in single till taken?
I think she's asking.
Still taken.
Yes.
Okay. I'm a Jew, so we don't do the dating thing. We don't do none of that shit.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, we don't. You know, we prove a woman and a man. So you know, like courting,
Oh, okay.
but only one. And when you're betrothed to that person, and until you marry them.
Propose or no?
So no, I mean, there's no proposal.
Really? What do you mean?
None of the traditions that you know most other nation people follow with the Babylonian paganism.
Really?
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with us.
For real?
We are our people. We follow our own traditions and rules.
Oh, okay. Get that?
It's the best.
It's 14 feet outside. I need peace so bad, guys. Whoever's bathroom is closest, thank you so much. Did you see my bathroom?
They started people above me. Their shower is leaking into mine. So it's not in bathrooms? Again. Bro, that's good. Again. They did this last semester. Yeah, but they didn't do it for the stupid.
I thought they would like fix it. I know. Chris, can we use your bathroom? Chris. Can I use your bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay. He's like, what? Yes, I need to get my jacket.
Keys.
I don't have my keys.
Okay.
My keys are in your room.
Okay.
Like, no, not you. But like, people that I just like don't. Bro, they got mad offended when I was like, oh, she has a boyfriend.
Wait. So I walked. So
Yeah, you walked.
wait. So Chris started walking me out. I was on the phone with you. And then I was like, I'm gonna follow Chris because I was walking to the Uber because I was like,
And then they were like, your friend, blah blah blah. Like,
whatever. And I was like, oh, she has a
Wait, what
boyfriend.
about her friend? 'Cause I'm
Not
the
you,
friend.
not you, not you.
Oh.
and I was like, oh, she has a boyfriend. And then they were like, oh, I hear that all the time. And then that's when they all started walking out.
What's your nationality, though? Don't worry about it. But you something special. I don't give a fuck.
Right? Like, get out of here.
Oh, you told them that? Well,
Wait, what are you?
everyone wears a suit. Right. Exactly.
They always say I'm a Colombian.
So it closes at 11, so you gotta go.
Always thinks I'm Colombian. I just let them think. You know what? I'm never gonna say it again. I don't think this guy's gonna. He's like, yeah. I don't even think this guy's gonna text me. Nah, it's you. Think so? Yeah. Even if like, you have to be smart. This guy's hot.
Pay attention so you can tell me where to go.
Hot.
You get the stop sign on the light right here.
Because you have a man. You love a man.
You gotta go straight.
When I had a man, I didn't think no one was hot. You're just like, yeah, exactly. No, but like honestly, he was okay.
The security
He's pretty
station. Right?
You know what? As long as you're aware that he's like, he's a cop. I love cops.
There's a stick.
Oh, he's a cop?
What
is he doing in the club?
double
He a narc?
Just go straight and then just talk to this guy, and I'll just show him my ID.
Just ahead, turn right on Rodora Road.
Peace. Sorry, sir.
No, sorry.
We live in the village.
Village?
Yeah.
You guys, let me see everyone's IDs.
All right, back.
You guys all stay at the village?
Yes.
All right.
But I don't have my school ID.
Just an ID. Fine.
Wait, do you want to see it?
No, I can see right there. Yep, I'm good.
Okay.
Cool. All right, guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I saw it. I was like, yeah, my chapstick.
Left or right?
Then turn left on Poplar Avenue.
Who's gonna let me go?
You just go all the way down, and then once you make it all
Wait,
the
I'm
way
gonna
to
go to your room.
Copy that.
Wait, don't you have your coat? That's his coat. No, didn't you bring some? That's his coat.
my coat.
Oh,
Just in case.
you know you guys see each other all the time.
I'll pick it up either tomorrow or later tonight.
Whatever you want to do, Chris. Whatever you want to do. Please don't stop at the stop sign. I gotta pee.
What do you mean don't stop at the stop sign?
I gotta pee. No, don't pee. Yeah, I'm gonna pee at the toilet.
You can wait until
I'm civilized. What's his name?
Sir.
What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel. I'm civilized enough to go to the bathroom.
Sorry, Daniel.
It's all good.
Tip Daniel. Go to
I have children and grandchildren older than most of you.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
So you've been through
Way.
it twice.
23? He said way.
Much older than 23.
Oh, exactly.
My baby is 23. My son.
Oh, that's so cute. Wait, you look young.
Was that it right there? No, go straight up.
I gotta pee. Come on.
All right, let's go.
Come on.
Yeah, so you can just go keep going all the way straight. There's a shortcut you can take once you get down. I'll let you know.
All right.
Chris, yours is closer.
Yeah, because she has to pee, I'm gonna tell him to park so we can.
That's okay.
Thank
you.
That's okay.
Girls.
Can't run this one.
No,
Don't run any of them.
I used to live
because
here. Oh my god.
They used to not care, but now they be pulling people over for running the stop signs.
You feel like a vibe. You're like, my ex used to like. Really? Was he on like a basketball team or sports? He was.
He does not live here
Basketball?
anymore.
He doesn't live here no more, but he was. I lived here before. Excuse me. I just.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Tupelo Road.
Those are the best times. I pay for nothing because that's when you focus on yourself. Exactly. I pay for nothing. I mean, you should always focus on yourself. Well, I pay for nothing. Yeah. Oh, look, girl. Are you gonna leave your wallet? Bro, I have a wallet in my purse.
Turn left on Tupelo Road.
I gotta pee so bad. Bro, he's going
Left
40.
here?
Yeah, left right here.
I'm waiting, but I gotta pee. I'm just saying. I'm announcing to the car.
In a quarter-mile turn right.
Oh God, I remember being in when I was a senior. No fucking.
Alright, so slow down on this
She's so
corner.
bad.
And go where that one right here. There you go.
Yeah, the shortcut. Oh,
I
Bro,
love.
he's dropping me off right in front of you.
Right here?
Oh, I'm going straight to pee.
This one here?
Yep.
You're such a G. Daniel, I love you. I kiss you right now. Bye.
Have a good night.
Daniel, I love you. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel.
You're welcome. Have a good night, guys.
Nothing, everything. Okay, cool. Perfect. Have a good night, guys.
Good night. Holy shit. How do I get out?
So technically, it's totally okay. Technically, you're not supposed to be driving on this road.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I just dropped a bunch of kids off.
Totally okay. There's not a lot of signs and stuff like that.
Okay.
If you back up,
Uh-huh.
I can open up this side gate right here.
Okay.
And if you want, you could follow me, and I could lead you off campus.
Copy that. Right behind you.
Turn left on Cherry Lane.
That way?
If you go to the gate up ahead, it'll open when you pull up. Make the left, and that should bring you out of campus.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Have a good night, man.
Have a safe night.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Just ahead, turn left on Magnolia Road. Turn left on Magnolia Road, then turn right on Ramapo Valley Road. Turn right on Ramapo Valley Road.
Okay. Holy shit. Those kids were different.
And Instagram in particular is I can then boost others. So if you like what I'm saying, you think that I have good opinions or good ideas, I then try and boost other people. I will repost on TikTok, or I will duet someone, or on Instagram I will post someone's post to my stories. And you can see other people and be like, oh, I like what they're saying too, and follow them as well. Information will always be power. You don't have to give it up to them. You don't have to leave these places. I don't leave Twitter.
For the next 24 hours, you can get the gummy.
Those of you who still believe that so-called black people all over the earth all came from modern-day Africa, you don't want to miss this video. I'm about to prove you all wrong. But what you need to know first and foremost is that African American studies, the whole African American identity, and all of the other millions of identities that they renamed and reclassified by people in America as, came from these people. What does it say? Pale-skinned supremacists. What? They came up with the indigenous history in America with academia institutions. They created it. So this whole out of Africa nonsense that all of you are spewing and spat and are trying to defend, it came from pale-skinned supremacists. These are folks that don't like us. These are folks that have gone around the world, colonized us, cutting off our limbs, stealing our land from us, giving us a God that looks like them to worship and said it's going to save us. And I can go on and on. Ask the people of Congo what they've done to them. Huh? Ask the people of South Africa what they've done to them. Ask the people of India, the people of Australia. And we tell you every day what they've done to us in America. And they gave us our history, the history that we know of today. And you people want to defend that nonsense by a bunch of pale-skinned, what? Supremacists? You're cuckoo. You're out of your mind. You're asleep. You're still caught up in the matrix. Many of you in modern-day Africa are really from America, the old world, the ancient world, ancient Egypt, the land of Canaan, and all those biblical lands. So we are going to use DNA to figure out who is really African and who is not. See, there are different types of so-called black. We are not all Africans. That's the sad part. That y'all seem to think. Those people who are really the Africans are where it's purple. These are the people that carry the E1B1B haplogroup. Okay, these are all the same people. These are the Africans, and the people below it. This is actually a map of modern day Africa for those that don't know. And those in the brown, these are the people mostly with the E1B1A, which is the oldest DNA known to man. I blew it up so you can see it. So that map that we were looking at, the Horn of Africa, which was in purple, okay, here it is again. It's the E1B1B haplogroup. Okay, and we know that those are so-called black people, but those are so-called black people that are mulattoes, right? And so they're lighter skinned people, or people of mixture, right? So these are some of the Bantu people in Africa today that have the E1B1A haplogroup, which is the exact same haplogroup of my people in America. E1B1A. Okay? I'm just showing you. Stay with me. I'm trying to show you who is who through our DNA. Now, this haplogroup also belongs to Pharaoh Ramses. That's the so-called African American DNA, which also proves that ancient Egypt is in America, because those people in modern-day Africa and Egypt, they do not have an ounce of Egyptian DNA, Kemetic DNA. They are not E1B1A at all. So back to some of the Bantus in Africa today, modern-day Africa, who have the E1B1A haplogroup. The Bantu, the Ewe, the Ga, the Europe, and the Bantus of Tanzania. That's just a couple of them, okay? Another Bantu people in modern-day Africa are the Kikuyu people. They also have the E1B1A, just like America. We all have the same blood going through our veins. And if you read further down, you see West, Central, Southeast, and South Africa. These are all people with E1B1A, just like us. At one time, those who were carrying our DNA markers, E1B1A, were said to be concentrated in West Africa. Since then, there has been a Bantu expansion in Africa. So people have gone further south, and they've also gone to the east. And so, as I showed you on that map in the ground, this is the expansion of the Bantus in Africa. Here the map is again, so you can take a look at it. Slave trade was told in reverse by those pale-skinned supremacists. They changed everything around, the dates, the times, the calendars, the maps, and everything to fool you. They also changed the identity of the Bantu people, the ancient Egyptian, the Hebrew people in the Americas to confuse everyone. And they pointed at modern-day Africa, saying that it's a motherland, which is not. I've shown this before, how Chicago, which is in the United States, it used to be called Cairo. And that used to be a part of Cairo, Egypt. And if you can look and see these people and how they're dressed, you see camels, and you see the turbans on their head. Again, the Garden of Eden is actually in Florida with the 4 rivers that's spoken of in Genesis chapter 2. And I see videos going around saying, oh, it's in Africa, and here it is in Africa and everything. No, that's a lie. It's because the book also said that they wanted Noah to make the ark out of gopher wood. And the only place in the world where gopher wood is found is in America, Florida, around that same area. That's where Noah made the ark of gopher wood. In Florida, USA. That is where you can actually go and see the Garden of Eden. In Florida, USA. Not modern day Africa. And not only that, the pyramids and mound structures in modern day Egypt, which is Giza, they were actually modeled after the pyramids in America. Our pyramids in America are far larger. Look at this. This is the one in Giza. And this is the Great Pyramid in Mexico, which even the ones in the United States are even larger than this one. They dwarf. All of our pyramids dwarf the Giza pyramid in size and number all throughout the Americas from top to bottom. You know, and then the age of our pyramids dwarf in modern day Africa. Those of you who still believe that so-called Black people all over the earth all came from modern day Africa, you don't want to miss this video. I'm about to prove it all wrong. What you need to know first and foremost is that African American studies, the whole African American identity, and all of the other millions of identities that they renamed and reclassified by people in America as, came from these people. What does it say? Pale skin supremacists. What? They came up with the indigenous history in America with academia institutions. They created it. So this whole out of Africa nonsense that all of you are spewing and spatting and are trying to defend, it came from pale skin supremacists. These are folks that don't like us. These are folks that have gone around the world colonized us, cutting off our limbs, stealing our land from us, giving us a God that looks like them to worship and said it's going to save us. And I can go on and on. Ask the people of Congo what they've done to them. Ask the people of South Africa what they've done to them. Ask the people of India, the people of Australia. And we tell you every day what they've done to us in America. And they gave us our history, the history that we know today. And you people want to defend that nonsense by a bunch of pale skinned what? Supremacists. You're cuckoo. You're out of your mind. You're asleep. You're still out of the matrix. Many of you in modern day Africa are really from America. The old world, the ancient world, the land of Egypt, and all those little lands. So way to use DNA to figure out who is who. And who is not. See, there are people on this earth, and we are not kids. That's the sad part that y'all seem to think. Those people who are really the Africans are where it's purple. These are the people that carry the E1B, B1B apple. Okay, these are all the same people. These are the Africans, and the people would be lovely. This is actually a map of modern day Africa for those that don't know. And those in the ground, these are the people mostly with the E1B1A, which is the oldest DNA known to man. I blew it up so
that map that we were looking at, the Horn of Africa, which was in purple, okay, here it is again. It's the E1B1B group, okay, and we know that those are so-called black people, but those are so-called black people that are, right? And so they're lighter skinned or people of mixture, right? So these are some of the Bantu people in Africa today that have the E1B1A haplogroup, which is the exact same haplogroup of my people in America. E1B1A. Okay? I'm just showing you, stay with me. I'm trying to show you who is who through our DNA. Now, this haplogroup also belongs to Pharaoh Ramses. That's the so-called African Americans DNA, which also proves that ancient Egypt is in America, because those people in modern-day Africa and Egypt, they do not have an ounce of Egyptian DNA, Kemetic DNA. They are not E1B1A at all. So back to some of the Bantus in Africa today, modern-day Africa, who have the E1B1A haplogroup. The Bamileke, the Ewe, the Ga, the Europe, the Bantus of Gabon, the Bantus of Kenya, and the Bantus of Tanzania. That's just a couple of them, okay? Another Bantu people in modern-day Africa are the Kikuyu people. They also have the E1B1A, just like those of us in America. We all have the same blood going through our veins. And if you read further down, you see West, Central, Southeast, and South Africa. These are all people with E1B1A, just like us in America. At one time, those who were carrying our DNA markers, E1B1A, were said to be concentrated in West Africa. And since then, there has been a Bantu expansion in Africa. So people have gone further south, and they've also gone to the east. And so, as I showed you on that map in brown, this is the expansion of the Bantus in Africa. Here the map is again, so you can take a look at it. The slave trade was told in reverse by those pale-skinned supremacists. They changed everything around, the dates, the times, the calendars, the maps, and everything to fool you. They also changed the identity of the Bantu people, of the ancient Egyptians, the Hebrew people in the Americas, to confuse everyone. And they pointed at modern-day Africa, saying that it's the motherland, which is not. I showed this before, how Chicago, which is in the United States, it used to be called Cairo. And that used to be a part of Cairo, Egypt. And if you can look and see these people and how they're dressed, you see the camels, and you see the turbans on their head. Again, it's actually part of the Fort River. That's just too. And I see videos going around saying, oh, it's in Africa. And everything. No, that's a lie. It's because the book also said that they wanted Noah to make the ark out of gopher wood. And the only place in the world where gopher wood is found is in America, Florida, around that same area. That's where Noah made the ark of gopher wood, in Florida, USA. And that is where you can actually go and see the Garden of Eden, in Florida, USA, not modern-day Africa. And not only that, the pyramids and mound structures in modern-day Egypt, which is Giza, they were actually modeled after the pyramids in America. Our pyramids in America are far larger. Look at this. This is the one in Giza. And this is the Great Pyramid in Mexico, which even the ones in the United States are even larger than this one. They dwarf. All of our pyramids dwarf the Giza pyramid in size and number all throughout the Americas from top to bottom. And then the age of our pyramids dwarf the ones in modern day Africa. Like, wake up, y'all. Wake up. Those of you, emergency, I just saw.
That was good shit. I like it. I don't really know if any of it is true. Just using it for educational purposes only. But I like the information. Even if it's not true. It was entertaining as hell. I believe it though. I believe a great deal of it. I can't confirm or deny it. And that's the beauty, right? And we can believe whatever we want to believe. It's what we've been doing, right? We've been told lies from the moment that we're born. The first people to teach us lies is our fucking parents, with Christmas and Easter and all that other fuckery. And then as we get older, they teach us more complex lies, right? And then the school lies, and then the society lies. Everybody's a fucking liar. But we believe it, even if it's a lie. So I would rather believe that than the bullshit we're told today. The bullshit I've been indoctrinated with. So let it be known, right, that there's an alternative to the narrative, right, to the official story. And one of the reasons that they wanted to get rid of TikTok is because a lot of that information is being dispersed, right? Shit that we wouldn't have normally. Like for me, right, I am convinced that the Israelites, at least the ones here in America, let me rephrase that. I am convinced that descendants of the ancient Israelites are here in America. And I think a bunch of people, but particularly, namely, the founder and leader, bishop, and they call him the general of Israel United in Christ, because the library is extensive. Like he has, and I got to stop saying like and the library that he uses, rather that he possesses or owns, or the information that he has within his grasp is profound, to say the least. It's old. It was written long before the emancipation of the so-called African American black man, woman, and child. So I'm sure that it was put together under the authority of historians who knew what the hell they were talking about. Anyway, because of that library, because of the information that he has, and I hate to say it like that, right? But because of the information that he has, along with others, but particularly, namely him, Nathaniel Israel, I am convinced that the descendants of the ancient Israelites, Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom, are here in the Americas, North, South, Central America, the Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada. Those people that were here when Columbus got here are the descendants of the Northern Kingdom and the Southern Kingdom of Israel. The Northern Kingdom of Israel, Southern Kingdom of Judea. With other people here, right? Because they were a group of people that we call Native American that came here. You know them by their chinky look. And they said that there were people here. So all that to say that I believe what that young lady was just saying, to an extent, to a great extent, a good deal of it. I will preface that by saying that no one, not her, not me, not you, not any leader of any group, knows the whole story. No one has the whole truth and nothing but the truth. No one. But we got bits and pieces of it, right? Great deal of truth has been dispersed in the last 30 years. I remember when I first came across the book, Behold the Pale Horse by Milton William Cooper. They want to dismiss it now, like the different people that I came up with, the different people in my generation who read it, they want to dismiss it as kookery, but it set me and others on a path of enlightenment, a journey to seek out what's true and what's not, along with following Jordan Maxwell and others who delved into the occult and the esoteric. I will continue on my path, you know, my journey of truth. But as far as who's who, the nations of people, and the idea that these lands may have been the ancient world, that rings true to me. When I was a child, I came across a ruin. And this was deep in the woods, somewhere between North Carolina and Virginia. I was with a program called Project Youth. Shout out to Lori Nellis and her husband, to Saul, the Israeli soldier who was there to protect us. I don't remember the brother and sister name, but I remember Pete Sweeney. Shout outs to all those people. Shout out to Michael Haller, to Rock, and all the people that were there with me. I came across a ruin deep in those woods. And I don't know, I was dumbfounded by it because it really did not belong where it was. And years later, when I went back to that same spot, it wasn't there. So some will say that I imagined it. I was clean and sober, though. Even though I was a kid, I was clean and sober. So I didn't imagine it. It was there. So thinking back to that, I'm always fascinated when people tell us stories of an ancient world that existed here in these lands long before the conquistadors and the explorers, the people who claim to be the catalyst for civilization. Fucking savages. Clearly, there were people. These lands were peopled long before 1492. We just were sold a narrative because, you know, when it comes to the races, and some will say there's just one race, the human race, but I mean the ethnicities and nationalities, the different nations. There's one nation above all nations that is so arrogant, so full of themselves, that they would, if they could, declare themselves God. If God is going to look like anybody, it's going to be like them.
In a quarter mile, keep right onto Garden State Parkway South using the right lane.
So I believe with that young lady, hold on, let me show you what she looked like. That young lady right there.
Keep right onto Garden State Parkway South.
Her page is History Lover. Check her out. And she's a cutie. Probably got, my daughters are probably older than her. But I believe what she was saying. I believe that she has some information. Does she have the whole truth? No, no one does. But she got a great chunk of it, and I appreciate her for sharing it. You should all check her out. I think her handle is History Lover. That's what it says. But I don't know. Maybe that's not it. I don't know what the fuck it is. Hold on. Let's go to it. It's just to see what her handle is. Yeah, History Lover. Check her out. I'm going to check her out just to see what else she got. But that was good information. That was good information.
Keep right toward New Jersey, West Patterson, then keep right.
Because
Using the right lane, keep right toward
I believe, I have it on good authority, that a great many of the people that we call African American black were already here and are part are damn stuttering are what we call indigenous people. That was them. And a great many of them, not all, but a great many of them that are claiming to be indigenous American, Native American, are in fact Asian or Siberian or whatever it was that crossed that land bridge, came across the Bering Straits, whatever, whoever they are, those people came later. There are a great many of the Native American tribes that were in fact what we call black people. So all that to say that I believe what she's saying to an extent, to a degree, a great deal of it. I believe a great deal of what she brought out. So good on her. So check her out, History Lover. You heard? She's on what is this, TikTok? Now let's keep going.
Emergency. I just saw a video of a guy referring to propaganda as propaganda. I don't think that the app was sold to Meta yet. I don't think, because Meta is a publicly traded company, and so they would have had to disclose that sale. I think that there's a preparation for a sale happening here, and the whole reason that they wouldn't sell originally was because the algorithm is far too valuable. They don't want to give up their algorithm. I think that the app went down to change the algorithm, because I never would have seen a video of someone referring to propaganda as propaganda sarcastically. And it was a smug motherfucker too. And typically, it would be enough for me to like scroll past this kind of stuff. And I don't see that kind of stuff anymore. I have scrolled past things that I am not interested today, and I keep getting the same shit. I had to actually open the little thingy and hit not interested just now, for the first time I think ever. Because historically it has been enough for me to just not like something by scrolling away. And then every second or third video I see is a mutual or someone I follow, which I think is a shortcut to make you think that the algorithm is working. Like, oh, I'm seeing some familiar faces, but every other video is not anyone I've ever fucking seen or followed. So I think that's what's happening. And back to what this guy was talking about, the context in which he was referring to propaganda as in a sarcastic tone. He was talking about how the same people who are so sure that propaganda, any shows depicting cops in a positive light is propaganda, are the same ones who think that Red Note isn't propaganda. They're not able to see that that's propaganda, because people are on here talking about how the Chinese have been so good and the government takes care of them and there's no homelessness, blah, blah, blah. He's being very smug about the fact that, of course, there's homelessness. No one said there's no homelessness. It's like 0.1% or something like that. To our, what, like 3%? But he's very smug about it. And to that end, I have to say, do you think that the Chinese government was able to predict this mass exodus onto Red Note? You think that the Chinese government could foresee that we would all go over onto their app? There was nothing catering to the American people on that app before. Everything was in Chinese, and there wasn't even a translation option in the comments. They just did an update this weekend that added translation. So call me crazy. I just don't think that they are able to, I don't know, get all of these people to just sit there and lie to us. They seem pretty convincing. They're excellent liars. And also, by the way, they're asking us questions. Like, I don't think that their government would want them asking us. Like, they're asking us, hey, do you guys really have to pay $3,000 for an ambulance ride, or is that just propaganda that our government has fed us? I don't think that that's a question that they could ask us. I mean, maybe it is. I don't fucking know. But I think that if you have any sort of discernment, you know that these are just real people. I could be wrong. In any event, if I see one more fucking video of someone using propaganda with air quotes in a sarcastic tone, I'm going to be off this app. Bye.
emergency. I just saw a video. I just fell for a scam online and lost so much money. I'm gonna warn you how not to fall for the same one. I can never tell if.
How many of you have ever seen a violet ray? You know what it is? It's a Tesla coil, basically. It has associated with it a glass electrode that, at least in its early days, was supposed to have the rare gas argon in it. And it puts out a violet-colored, high-intensity electrical current, which Edgar Cayce used to say was good for a number of problems, including baldness. And if you touch a violet ray device, or a person who is touching a violet ray device, and you can move this down 2 or 3 people and hold in your other hand a fluorescent light bulb, it lights up. That's kind of impressive looking, to see somebody holding a fluorescent light up, shining light out, and not have any electricity connected to it directly. And I try to get people to understand this interconnection of electricity and electromagnetism and our connections one with another, and to demonstrate the effect of touching the human body with an electromagnetic generator and how it changes the output from electronic equipment. And so we put on these little things to try to just get people to be aware of electromagnetism. There is some excellent evidence in Europe that learning is accelerated in the presence of music. It chose to use music as a conditioning tool to help people relax and get into a state in which they're programming healing. I want you to understand that we didn't give them a tape player and send them home. We had 3 marvelous musical vibrating beds, one of which today is now selling for $43,000. I thought it was bad when it was $26,000. The Baytar, and it is marvelous. It's got this sort of bed that hangs down in space by chains from a geodesic dome with 20 speakers in the room. It looks like a little radio transmitting station, and your whole body vibrates with the music, to say the least. The sound is wonderful, the vibration is excellent, and it's enough to put almost anybody in a trance. Person got 10 sessions of music on a vibrating bed, plus another 20 hours of the same kind of music in a room that we created specially several years ago for its sound effects. We put crushed quartz crystal under the carpet, and where in all the places there's plaster, there's crushed quartz crystal. The whole building has been energized with quartz crystal. And if you're standing in the middle of this room with these wireless speakers going, you actually can feel the music coming up through your feet. They were given either glass or quartz, and they were told, of course, that it would be a double-blind study. Nobody would know who was getting what. It would be arbitrarily assigned, 202 people altogether. And in 3 of the groups, just to satisfy my curiosity, I just took out 2 handfuls of one of glass and one of quartz and mixed them up. Nobody knew which was which. And I asked people to choose their own. It was quite interesting to me. Half the people chose glass. They didn't know the difference. And we did this in a little ceremony when they got their crystal, of passing the crystal through a candle flame and mentally releasing any stored electromagnetic energy in the crystal, programming what they wanted into the crystal. And we spent a lot of time with each individual, getting them to focus on what they wanted. It had to be short, not more than 6 words. It had to have a high emotional meaning to them, and an image that they could build with. And then they would create the image and the words in their minds and will it and blow out into the crystal 3 times in a row. And then the crystal was worn in a white satin, bridal satin pouch around the neck. They were to reprogram the crystal every morning for 2 weeks minimum. Chose 8 pieces of music. Obviously, we could have left the music open, but arbitrarily I decided that we would restrict the music to 4 classical pieces and 4 New Age pieces. The New Age pieces that we chose were Stephen Halpern's Spectrum Suite, which is specifically intuitively created as music to balance the chakras. And each person then had multiple experiences with their choice.
All right, I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna keep it though. I'll listen to it on my own. I'm sure this is boring the shit out of you.
Every federal employee working for the DEI and accessibility offices will be placed on administrative leave effective immediately. This comes as no surprise because an executive order was signed on the 20th to get rid of this office. DEI has been on the chopping block for some time now. I did a video on this several months ago telling DEI practitioners that you need to start looking for a job because you have a target on your back. The tenure of these staffers will end today, Wednesday, no later than 5 p.m. In addition, this will impact DEI contractors. Those contracts are done. I saw in the comments yesterday where somebody said they were contractors, they were not impacted. Nothing could be further from the truth. Critics say that the DEI program was discriminatory. They believe that these programs engaged in discrimination to solve racial discrimination. That's the part that really confused me because it was my understanding that DEI made a space for everyone. It was not just racial. It was people who were physically challenged, intellectually challenged, for disabled veterans, for everyone, not just based on race. But what do I know? But somewhere along the way, DEI became purely racial. Nobody talked about how DEI was used to help disabled veterans get jobs. I never heard that anymore. It just became racial. Every federal employee working for the DEI and guess what I made my husband.
Then theirs. Because the property there in constructive position, were there 72 bearers of light watching President Trump not put his hand on that Bible? There sure were. They were floating overhead between the heavens and the earth. That's next on the trumpet. I told you about a month ago that the Oath of Office was going to be a spectacle, but I had no idea that we're going to move it inside in front of the witnesses. Witnesses either. The 72 witnesses that are bearing light are the 72 windows that let the light in, called the lantern. The 72 windows also illuminate the hypothesis of Washington, and that's when he supposedly was transformed into a god. But ironically, the divine name of God is 72 letters, and it made David float between heaven and earth. A 72-letter word was spoken and stopped Goliath's brother from consuming King David and made him float between the heavens and the earth. 72 windows, witnesses, or bearers of light in the lantern all watched President Trump not put his hand on that Bible. Historically, they're outside facing a giant obelisk, which is one of the greatest abominations mentioned in the Holy Bible. He's a right-handed, totally a lefty. Normally, the presidents are right there behind the Capitol, facing the rising sun. I mean, that obelisk right there, the largest obelisk in the world. And you can go right inside that temple, and I'll tell you about the greatest abomination. It's called the Lincoln Memorial, and it's actually a temple. Because if you scroll around and look right up above his head, he's got his back to the temple. And thou shalt see greater abominations than these. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their faces towards the east. And they worshiped the sun towards the east. Book of Ezekiel, chapter 8. So he threw David up into the air and stuck his spear into the earth, saying, "Let him fall upon it and perish." But Abishai pronounced the divine name, by means of which David was held suspended between the heaven and earth. That's all out of the Babylonian Talmud. The Babylonian Talmud has been used for over 1,500 years by Jewish scholars, rabbis, and religious courts as a foundation for Jewish law, ethics, philosophy, and customs. It is considered authoritative. invoked part of the 72-letter name or related divine formula when he suspended David between heaven and earth in the Sanhedrin 95A. Would you like a list of all 72 names and their meanings? 72. That guy had to be chattering like a chipmunk to get all of that out of there. But I can tell you, you can read the same story in the Bible. They leave all of that gory parts out of it. That 6 fingers and 6 toes thing, that's in the Bible. 2 Samuel chapter 21, right there. That's that word I've been trying to say right there. But you can see right here, he was son to the giant. He was Goliath's brother. And that new sword that he had, that was Goliath's old sword that David got from the priest. What makes George Washington so evil by floating up into heaven with 72 witnesses? The Wycliffe Bible is one of the oldest translations of the Holy Bible. And in this translation indicates that Jesus appointed 72 others and sent them out in pairs to every city and place he intended to visit. The men of the Supreme Council of the Sanhedrin, they're the ones that removed the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Enoch 1. They're the ones that didn't believe that Jesus Christ was the Messiah.
Good morning, how are you?
They got rid of the Book of Jubilees because it followed that silly solar calendar that God laid out for Moses. And they thought that following their lunar calendar that they got from the Babylonians would be the better way to go. 2025 is the Jubilee year, and I'm doing a class each Wednesday on the Book of Jubilees. It's going to be 50 classes, and we're on class 2 this Wednesday at 7 o'clock Eastern. The Book of Jubilees is one of the books that they cut out. It's all about the division of time and the correct respect for the Sabbaths and the festivals that are created during those years. In the first book of Enoch, that's all about the fallen angels that deceived mankind. And after the destruction of their temple, which Jesus Christ told them that was going to happen, they came up with all these books to help finalize the Jewish canon. Jesus Christ was in the grave for 3 days and 3 nights. And that's 72 hours. Go click on my picture right there, and then go to that bar and scroll over and click on that live event and register to go to that live event tomorrow. Subscribe and help support my work. This is chapter 2. Book of Jubilees. Then click on that link tree right there and download that study guide that goes along with it. Beat that one right there. Scroll down just a little bit more and you can print off any of these hidden books for the Bible.
Alright, so everyone's been talking about this.
Bro, I got a lot of information to give you guys. I'm trying to do this video like 10 times already. I don't know which way to take.
What happened? Why were the ancestral families running from the pantheon?
At some point several centuries ago, the ancestral families took a routine expedition looking for new lands. Unfortunately, on this expedition, they unknowingly arrived at Panthea. As I understand it, before they hit the shore, and they were stalking them, the entire crew was ravaged months after arriving. The Pantheans unalived all but one of the crewmates. They are far from ignorant. If anything, their levels of intellect are far beyond what we can even fathom due to their lack of a cognitive ability to feel sympathy. They realized wherever this ship had come from was an abundant new source of food. They searched the ship inside and out, found the crew's maps, and forced the one remaining crewmate to steer the ship back to the ancestral lands. As I'm sure you could imagine, this marked a new age of chaos within the ancestral lands. I mean, they didn't even know what hit them. At this point, Pantheons had officially invaded the ancestral lands. The Pantheons were being ravaged and feasted upon in the middle of the night, and by sunrise, they were nowhere to be seen. But the Pantheons weren't satisfied with feasting on the common folk, They wanted to locate and exterminate the higher authority, right, to kind of take hold of this newfound territory. And so the ruling families, right, the Vanderleys, the Constantines, took notice of these villages being ravaged. They began sending out fleets of men to patrol and look for this mysterious threat. Well, as you can imagine, those fleets of men never returned, except for one young man who allegedly came back to the Constantine's castle in the middle of the night in a horrific state of shock and asked to speak to Richard Constantine himself about what he encountered in the villages. And, due to the nature of the situation, the guards granted him access to enter Richard's quarters. Richard, looking at him with a frighteningly stern expression, says to the young man, "You've abandoned your fellow men. I suppose you've come to me bearing 20 lives worth of insight. The young man swallows his fear and says, "Sir, listen, I'm afraid we got quite a problem on our hands here." He goes, "I saw men, groups of them, but they were not like us. They were monstrously featured, tall, pale," he says, "sir. Their eyes were bright white." And at that point, Richard's expression kind of shifted from frustration to a look of fear nobody had ever seen him show. See, Richard Constantine, although never having encountered Panthea himself, he'd heard stories, what he thought was folklore from his ancestors about these people who lived in the Dark Lands. He was able to put two and two together based on the young man's description. And he knew without a doubt that they did not stand a chance. And in a state of panic, he says, "Young man, go alert the Council of Navigation. We sail at dawn. And for the love of God, whatever you do, stay inside until sunrise." It was at this point that these higher-ups, the ancestral families, would sail from the ancestral lands and discover the ice wall, as well as the lands within it. Or, you know, what we all know as our modern world.
My God, that's why they collapsed all the exit passages. It wasn't to keep us in. It was to keep them out. What happened? Why were the ancestral families?
If you're looking to build wealth and protect your family,
While the masses stare utterly blinded by the literal reality of accept as real, they will miss the greatest show in the universe. They will grovel at the feet of their masters in churches, synagogues, mosques, and the like, and will cry, "Masters beat them," but return they will, until such a time as they start to reach beyond this litter of the all. I have covered this particular literary couple many times, and as far as I can tell, I was the one that put a feminine face to Abel where everyone thought her to be a male, a brother to Cain where she was his sister, or Psi Star.
What?
They are the representations of the energies, magnetic and electric, or the me. Please put aside all notions of coincidences, because there are none. Unless your ego programming wishes to argue a truth of truths and render you a fool once more. When you can finally accept that sound creates all things physical and material, then, and only then, will you finally grasp the power of the spells called words. If I can create a shape, put my intention via sound in it, then convince you that that shape means something and you agree, then I own your mind with my intention and control your utter creational spirit breath, or parole. This is why we need to grasp
Straight down then?
It's okay, girl.
Right here?
Yeah.
Then drop off loose.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Piece of shit.
the concept of phonics of a word versus the spelling, must we be rendered spellbound by another's intent constantly. These sigils, letters, numbers, and symbols, or symbols, the spirit of creation war, have been well indoctrinated into all of us, where, by our agreement of what they say or create or sound like, has us invoking the spells of another. Once you break this spell by removing all perceived rules and stop only using the original creator's intentions of all grammar, all languages, you can then now use these rules or laws against them. Roman law is based on Phoenician law. Therefore, those who make the rules must obey the rules, where I choose to use the rules of creation itself now. Take Cain, for example. He was a tiller of the earth, one who reaps a harvest from the seeds planted, and when he appeared before God in the story, God was very displeased. Abel, on the other hand, brought a flock of sheep, an allegory for the little children, commonly known as humanity. Let me show you a myriad of perspectives on how their names give the game away. Cain sounds like Cain, C-A-N-E, and something you need to be able, A-B-E-L, to walk if one is crippled somehow. Able is just that, quite able to walk without a cane. The two prefixes of in and a can both mean not. Ka can sound ca or ka can sound like ka or sa, and bell can be spelled B-E-L. And that word can be something to ring or. Remember, there are no rules now where only your intent is concerned. Let's take a look at all the potential intentions we can have once we bring these spells. It is only necessary that you get the concept, not the redefinition of literally every word. Well, that's a good thing, because the words can take on countless forms and meanings, where the original intent is safe until you regain your intent by reclaiming your tongue, Taurus, Torahs, etc. So Cain can mean spirit not, spirit in, crippled, a sugar, unconditional love, with yin in the mirror, a, lowercase a being 6 and lowercase e being 9, yin and yang, in the mirror, of I made mine. Cain, like Abel, can be both positive and negative, equal and opposite, all at the same time. Duality creates the split, where I'm showing how to refuse that union, by peeling the layers. A bell can mean war or no war. Yin war. No, K-N-O-W, war. A bell? No bell, or Nobel, etc. Nobel Peace Prize ring a bell for anybody? Yeah, warmongers especially. It is far more important, and only important, that you get the concept of removing all programmered rules, so you can set yourself free of the spelling trap. As soon as you get the aha moment regarding this, the spell is broken. This is a spiritual game that humanity, for the most part, for eons, has been playing in from the physical, literal meat stick angle or angel. Only but then, that's the point of the game to me. Also, once this really sets into your new way of seeing or hearing things, you'll begin to see and hear an exponential increase in your supposed coincidences, where the magic begins to unveil itself in short order. The game principle to me is not what we do to set ourselves free individually, it's what we do to free all of humanity and consciousness free that matters. As this unfolds, you may get the notion that if the spells no longer trap your intentions, can they be used in the mirror? Well, the easy and most accurate answer is yes, you can, but not of a vengeance intent, lest you be at effect to those self-same intentions yet again, which keeps you going circular. I think it's safe to say that those who work for the system are far more asleep and living in the literal material world more than us, no? Are they owned by their money, their greed, and are they transfixed on this reality being real? Yup. So if we were falling under the Phoenician spell, then so must they be, only deeper and more at effect to it. Looks like we have the upper hand in intent now then, doesn't it? This is where we begin to see your intentions manifesting in real time, where you are seeing things from the look what I caused versus look at how emotionally roped in I am. We are literally in effect to our own causes. See them as external effect from an external source as to how they affect us emotionally. Get all dramatic about it, either positive or negative, and spiral down, being the continuous ad effect to the effect of the effect ad nauseum. Only when we regain our sight of the true cause of everything in our perceived reality in ourself, the literal world loses its grip on you, and the magnificence of your creation ability starts to return. If you can control your intent, if I can control your intent, I will control your cause. If I can invoke an emotion, I own your mind. Thoughts are seeds. Why God was disappointed with Cain, because Cain brought back the goods from external seeds planted and grown west of Eden, physical realm, where Abel brought forth creation itself in this role, the divine nurturing feminine creative spirit breath from the east, or spiritual realm. This is why we need to shut Cain down, the left brain, because he will plant any seed offered to him, the physical, literal. Every nasty thought, every harmful intention will be grown and harvested by those who partake in his worldly garden. of the right brain, the right or ritual brain. None of her thoughts can reach you until you silence Kate.
All right, I'm done with you.
I just signed up for a free 30-day preview of the Glee Choice Rewards program. And
Fran, do you want to know what rabbit hole I just went down? What I just realized? Do you want to know the story I just learned? Y'all, this is not for the faint of heart.
Hey, yo, why she look and sound like Dr. Parkenstein? You know, the young man. Yeah, Dr. Parkenstein. Just look him up. She look and sound like him.
Fran, do you want to know what rabbit hole I just went down? What I just realized? Do you want to know the story I just learned? Y'all, this is not for the faint of heart. This story will literally blow your mind. Make sure y'all share this out, and of course, this is all alleged. Baby, this rabbit hole is deep, okay? Do y'all know the hidden meaning allegedly behind Paramount?
That's Mount Hermon, and those are the 20 leaders of the 200 fallen. But let's check to see if she says something different.
Paramount Pictures logo, it starts off with the 22 stars that are fallen angels, right? And then they come down to the mountain. The stars represent the Watcher angels, the 22 of them that fell from heaven. So these are the names of the angels that fell from heaven. This is all 22 of their names. And the mountain represents Mount Hermon, the mountain that they landed on. But why 22 stars of the angels that were named in the book of Enoch as the conspirators of the pact that they made on Mount Hermon to corrupt humanity and create abominations? So these angels, a third of the angels were kicked out of heaven with Lucifer, correct? And those 22 angels landed on Mount Hermon, which coincidentally is 33.33 degrees east and 33.33 degrees north. 1/3 of the angels that fell from heaven equals 33.33% of the angels fell from heaven. The mountain that's under Paramount, it actually stands for Mount Hermon, which is wild because the name Hermon actually means soldier in German, and the biblical meaning of the word Hermon is devoted to destruction, taboo, consecrated, those kinds of things, right? When these 22 fallen angels fell from heaven and landed on Mount Hermon, they made a pact that they were going to destruct humankind and they were going to create abominables. Well, how would they destruct humankind?
This one is for entertainment purposes only. It may or may not be true. I can't call it. I have a different take on the fallen, the Watchers, the Nephilim, Mount Hermon. I got a different take on it, but you know, for the sake of entertainment, I'm gonna let her rock because you know I follow her, I fucks with her just for entertainment purposes.
By teaching humankind all of these things. Up until these angels came down from heaven, humankind did not know what any of this was. They didn't know what weapons were. They didn't know what makeup, cosmetics, ornaments, metals, enchantment, spells, magic, astrology, banishing, astronomy. They didn't know any of this until the angels fell out of heaven and came and taught us. And this is when they created the Nephilim by mating with the human women. In the book of Genesis, it says that the Nephilim, which means the fallen ones, they were the product of copulation between the divine beings, which were the angels, and the human women. They were known as the great warriors or biblical giants. So these children were half angel and half human. Not a very good mix, because neither the angels nor the humans could control them. These Nephilim had a very bad taste for blood or everything bad. Speaking of destruction, can anyone tell me why stars are often called fallen angels? We also have stars as in celebrities. We have the Hollywood Walk of Fame, which has stars with their names on it. Celebrities equals star. Since we give celebrities all this power, we put them up on a pedestal and we call them stars and things like that. What do celebrities do? They influence us, correct? And since stars called fallen angels, could it be that these celebrities are sent to destroy us or destruct us, to get us in a negative space, to influence us to do certain things, to influence us to fall into the darkness and not follow the light?
Come
You
on,
understand
man.
what I'm saying?
Get to it.
say that is because in the Paramount logo introduction, they have stars that are floating on water, which could speak for idolatry or whatnot, because the only person that's ever walked on water is Jesus. So why would these stars be floating on this water? Not only that, at the beginning of the introduction, there's stars that are literally falling from heaven. And like I said, we call stars fallen angels. Friend, I told you this was not for the faint of heart.
Fucks with you.
This is Steve Roberts for Global Nature News reporting from New York City. Beneath Manhattan streets in the city's vast tunnel network, specialized hot dog harvesters known as the Harveys wade through collecting one of urban nature's most delicious species, the common wild hot dog, or the Frankfurtus subterraneus. First documented in 1904 during subway construction, these naturally occurring specimens thrive in the city's underground waterways.
This is not real. This is bullshit.
The Harveys move carefully through waters teeming with thousands of free-range hot dogs. Their annual population density is staggering. An estimated 50
I'm surprised she even posted this shit.
with the largest subspecies.
So she's like, fuck it, let's just show you some shit.
Found primarily near stadium outflows, maxing out at around a foot long. The concentration reaches its peak.
All right, I'm done with this.
This is the latest non-invasive blood glucose monitor developed by the Charles.
For some reason, I keep thinking
I
about
fucks with this girl too.
Don't watch this video if you're not open-minded. A lot of people are saying we are in Atlantis, and this is the old world.
Civilization of Atlantis existed for thousands of years, and it was the entire world. It was not just an island out there.
Which makes sense because there are pyramids that are all over the world that align with the same star system. Giza, Mexico, China. I'm a strong believer that there are portals around this planet, and they knew how to use them to build these pyramids. That's why so many of them around the world. I'm pretty sure y'all saw this video.
Did you know that you could walk through the Grand Canyon, and you keep walking through the Grand Canyon, you'll end up in there?
There are Egyptian relics, hieroglyphics, artifacts, mummies in America because they were here. You ever wonder why it was so important for them to suppress this information for a century? Pyramids in Antarctica, Illinois. There are places in America that are restricted to Hoover Dam, and we know the Grand Canyon and plenty of more spaces. The largest pyramid to ever be built is in America. The Atlanteans understood the energy of this planet, and they knew how to notice that there are weird levels of energy, like the Bermuda Triangle, that makes things disappear. I told you they restrict off these high-level energetic places. I find it funny that one of the Egyptian gods has the head of an animal that's native to America. The Ibis. Rashad Jamal also goes to say that the 33rd parallel was the capital of Atlantis, which is in Atlanta, Georgia.
It's for the 33rd parallel, which is one of the most powerful things of the planet because this was the capital of our real Atlantis. Capital stretch, nigga. It should all of Georgia, all of Florida.
Can't stretch this enough to do your own research. I feel though that America is the old world. Now watch this. It is said that Atlantis went down in a flood. In America, it shows water erosion in the Grand Canyon.
Underneath the water. That means that this place was underneath water. The Great Flood. The rocks are red. When the water oxygenates the sediments, they turn red.
Now I need you to watch this.
The point of Atlantis went down. A lot of them. Some of them have been to Egypt. The survivors have been. Some of them have been to Egypt.
I'm sorry, I just need to hear it one more time.
Some of them have been to Egypt. The survivors and other places.
Y'all do what y'all want. I'm just connecting my thoughts. Notice how she says they went to Egypt and they had powers to build such monuments.
This is where the pyramids and everything were developed later by the survivors of the Atlantis who still carried the knowledge of how this was done.
Put two and two together yourself and y'all have a good day. Just so you know, these blinds big close. They dangerous, y'all. Now that you're over here on YouTube, I find it very funny that there are people that are claiming they're the descendants of ancient Egyptians.
This is what the ancient Egyptians actually look like. Dark-skinned, monotone, like myself.
Sight, if the Atlanteans was the descendants of the pyramid builders, y'all play dangerous. For some reason, I keep thinking about Atlantis. What do you say about us doing that circle party with your bitches thing? You know, when it's been everywhere.
Do you freeze water? Did you ever notice the crystals in it? Well, the crystals are telling you something. Now, if you've got dirty water, and you've a man by the name of Ifer in Germany, who used to go to the meat market, and he would study in the cold of the winter the crystals on the windows.
And he noticed when they had diseased beef, the crystals were irregular that formed on the windows. So he did a lot of experiment, and he tried it at his home, and they would always break up. So he drilled a hole through his floor and put a rod down in concrete, held it up off the deal so there was no vibration to it, and he grew these crystals in his room. And he wrote about these crystals, and he could find diseases, take a drop of blood to find various diseases in the body. Nobody paid any attention to what he was doing. And he came to this country, and nobody bought his crystal stuff. But he built 2 farms that were the best farms in the United States. And he became very rich. It's Arrowhead Farms, Death This Farm for his pepper.
Yes, Joe. Once again, how much iron oxide crystals? How much water? What do we do with the 2 of them? Then how do we create? I want to make 50 gallons of good water. What do I do?
Oh, I'd have 100 pounds of iron oxide crystals, and I'd play with it. I'd let it go through the crystal. Then you can drop a handful of the crystals, the iron oxide, on the pipe, because it's got a big, strong magnet on the pipe. That will pull the crystals up against the side and hold it there, and the water that flows by it will structure.
Okay, thank you. If we just pour water through 100 pounds of iron oxide crystals, is that it?
That'll do it away, but you don't have to have that much. You know the difference between sun tea and boiled tea? That's structured water. You can take a tea bag of the crystal, and if you do that, put a quartz crystal, SiO2 quartz, because that's the lower end, and the magnetite's the upper end. Now you've got 2 energies working in a tea bag. Let the sun on it. When you do that, always crack the top of the lid and put a little piece of cheesecloth or something and let it vent. Let them float out. And then you don't have the chlorine. The chlorine are these electrified hydrocarbons, pesticides, insecticides, or that stuff in your damn tea. But the sun structures sun tea. It tastes better. It tastes better. You want to know something? You can take one of the purple plates and put the water on the plate, and it'll structure. It'll turn it to the left. Okay, Austin, where's this structure work? That's a good question. Victor Schumberger, I met him, and they're one of the highlights of my whole life. I spent a few hours with, quite a few hours for 3 days. Anyway, Victor Schumberger was one of the smartest men I've ever run into, and he did it by observation. He put every hydrologist in the world to shame. He also did this at the certain phase of the moon. He wanted the moon pulling on the logs, and he floated them out. So he did this other thing. Schumberger said, when you run water through a vehicle shaped like a heart, a human heart, or even a half heart, it will make living water.
What's the best material to make that heart shape together?
I done it with concrete and iron oxides. I just mixed it right in the concrete, and it works. It works. Well, I'm sure there is, but I haven't found it all yet. I'm still working on it. Give me a little time. You know, if these heavy metals have the proper polarity, the body will reject them, like 2 magnets that make run. If the germ does not have the proper spin on it, or if the metal doesn't have the proper spin, it ain't going to stay with you. And you freeze water.
Central Park 5, man. Yeah, that's a sad story, but this is one of the prime examples how they take advantage of our emotions. When you go look at this situation, if you don't know what the Central Park 5 is about, it's about 5 boys that was coerced into taking the charge taking, the woman's for JJ. You feel me? Assault, and they did all kind of bad things. If you don't know about it, go watch a Netflix special. Type it up on YouTube. Central Park 5. But let me break down how bad my people is. Well, a lot of, it's a lot of my people woke now, but there's still a lot out here lost about this. A lot of people want to blame this on Donald Trump, man. Donald Trump took out a ad, man, give him the death penalty, give him the death penalty. Do y'all not know that at the time, Donald Trump was a Democrat at that time? And at the time, we all thought they did it? You know that? How are we supposed to know they was coerced?
Coerced.
How are we supposed to know? But this is the biggest kicker, that this is why they hide money in books, and they know y'all don't research, and this is why they send us rappers, bro. We talk politics. This is what Malcolm be talking about. This is what Malcolm X be talking about, bro. Right here. Y'all ever go check the background on them police, the chief of police, or the mayor? Do y'all know what they was? Also Democrat. Where was all this energy of Donald was racist back then? Where's all this energy of Donald was racist when he was hanging out with the black folks? Where is all
this energy. I just want people to always understand, man. There was a time, man. I don't understand. You know that Kanye ran up there to Bush? He was a propaganda. See, Bush don't like black people.
George Bush doesn't care about black people. Please come. In the past few days,
do y'all know that one brings in the dope, the other arrests us? Do y'all notice they always been in cahoots? They always been. It's never been a problem. You ain't never seen this type of stuff. But Donald, why do you think they beefing? I just want my people to like think about stuff and stop using racism, because evidently they don't gave the man fake racism. So let's just put that all out the way, and now let's just try to think a little bit on our own. Why is white folk fighting white folk at the top? Usually ain't everything cool. Y'all not thinking, bro. And in Central Park 5 is just one of them ways they always use our emotions to not think. They know when you get angry, you don't think, especially women. I mean, that's just how y'all get angry until you cool down. But you don't think in men who like to compete with women. They like that too. But usually they raised by no man, no real man in the house. But that's for another talk. That's all on my page. That's how I do. But the Central Park 5, bro. These guys admitted to doing these things. We didn't know what to happen and none of that. Crime was going on through this country. And we heard another 5 got caught doing something, and they admitted. We didn't know there was some crooked ass, dirty ass, Rodney King ass police officers making them do that. But y'all didn't care to say, well, what are they? Conservative or Republican or Democrat? Y'all didn't give a fuck, man. You see what I'm saying? They always use your emotion. Every election they use your emotion, from Trayvon Martin to Floyd. They always using your emotions for you don't think around election. You don't notice that? And they went so far this time to use a woman. They just went all out. They didn't even care. Like a black woman who was playing. And then this was so crazy. I don't want to pick sides. It's just crazy how one side, my side, is just so lost like that, bro. It doesn't matter what color she is, you feel me? Y'all want to say, man, she Indian, she black. Just look at this. Before she ran for president, what was she fighting for? Was she fighting for any black rights? It's just like common sense, man. We don't use no more. That's why you get called bots and sheep, and they send the most uneducated rappers to talk to y'all. As far as they went in life was probably the high school graduation, if they made it. That's what's talking to y'all about political science. How do y'all think Kamala will be able to talk to Muslim countries? Do y'all know their beliefs and their religion? Would that really work out? It's just a lot that y'all don't think about, and y'all just go off emotions. That's all I'm saying. And y'all always just want to use racism when we're trying to talk about policies and saving this country. This country's in big trouble. You know what I mean? Prayers to LA again. Prayers to California. But again, a Democratic state. Look what's happening to it. Before this even happened, it was burning up. They had homeless $24 billion, bro. Gone from Cali. Gone. I believe, allegedly, the wildfires was to, but that's for me, she said, I'm going to wait till the 20th before I get deep aping on my ass. Y'all know how I get out over here. But this is crazy. It's just like my people don't think. I'm not telling you to pick a side. I'm just telling you to be educated. And just look, because I didn't pick a side. But I understand what Big Donald doing. I'm like Farrakhan. We all get it. I see it. You know what I'm saying? It's just against my beliefs to be picking any one of them governments. But I already know Big Dog was going to win. I even knew the white liberals was not going to vote old girl in. I knew it when I seen it 95 degrees. I said, oh, it's over. Yeah. My mama and my grandma said, oh, no, hell no. Where's the Trump ballot? It's crazy, man. And I'm just saying, I'm glad them boys from Central Park 5, y'all never seen the movie, go check it out. The documentary is on Netflix. But yeah, for all y'all using it, I don't even want to bring this up. I remember reading old stuff like, you know how many y'all said the Central Park 5? I know he's racist because of Central Park 5. No, it just blows me. These grown-ups too, so grays in their face. And they got degrees. It's crazy, man. I didn't know as I got older, my folks was like this, bro. Like common sense don't exist no more. It's just like they overeducate you not use common sense. And that's why I wonder why all these people at University of Michigan be getting hit by cars because they see a stop sign. You feel me? They don't use their common sense. Nigga, that car going too damn fast. Y'all try to use your common sense a little bit, man. You dig what I'm saying? This is News Radio. Cheers.
All right. That's the end of that. I'm going to call it a night. You guys have a great Friday. Don't work too hard. Enjoy your weekends. And see you back out here Saturday night. You heard? Shalom.